Third ball. Last ball. Third ball.
A very good morning from UPro Colombo.
Over.
Joining with the over 45s, plate final between Sri Lanka over 45s and England over 45s. England batting against Ashfaq and Christopher. That is for England. Shanta bowling this fourth over of the first skin. So far by Sri Lanka, not giving any room for England.
Batters. Third ball. Third ball, batters. Last one. Over. Partnership. Play. Batters. Third ball. Third ball, batters.
Just 9 runs in the first skin to the England. Bowling from Sri Lanka over 45s in this plate final. The over 45 age category in the Masters World Series 2024. It's a full toss on the offside, given away. Sajid Bradana bowling this first over of the second skin. Oh, that was very close to the off stump.
Batters. Third ball. Last ball. Third ball.
Sirbadana. The two batters, Richard and Paul. Richard Trollip and Paul.
Over.
So 4 runs off that first over of the second skin, 13 runs on the board. England will be looking to recover after that not so good first skin. Maybe a total around 60-70 would be a good one for them in this plate final. To bowl the next show, it's Manisha and Hevathantri. As I say, good morning to Viren Berulge. Good morning, Viren.
Morning, Laxisi. Great to have Shaz and Rez back in the com box. Both these sides have had respectable runs in the tournament. And even though it's a plate final, There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of pride to play for. And if you can have, as a Sri Lankan, if Sri Lanka can somehow pull this off against England, it'll give them a lot of confidence in the Masters World Series to be played champions at home. That'd be absolutely brilliant. And a great endorsement for Sri Lankan indoor cricket. It was a shame that the Sri Lanka over 35s, having beaten Australia in the group stage, just fell short yesterday in that prelim final. The two batters for England, Paul Stanyard and Richard Trollope.
Sri Lanka over 35s didn't have enough runs on the board, and 53 was never going to be enough against Australia in a crucial game like that. Yes, they did win a low-scoring game in the group stage, but in a crucial game like that, you need to up your game because Australia, they are the best.
And they were wounded twice. So Australia had lost to Sri Lanka, got clean swept against New Zealand, and came into that game wanting to prove a point. And in knockout cricket, Laksisi, we've been at the receiving end of seeing Australian performances, and they duly delivered. I'm looking forward to that Australia-New Zealand final later on today. That's going to be an absolute ripper.
New Zealand looking to prove that it was not just a one-off, while Australia, they're looking for redemption in that final. The story from this over 45s encounter, a decent start from the second skin for England.
Exactly, Lakshay. And in this final, the skins totals won't matter. It will be about building a platform for your remaining two pairs. And if England can somehow muster a total in excess of 70-75, they'd feel that they're very, very competitive. The pressure of a final, etc. And as Paul used to tell us in the combox, in finals, all it takes is for the chasing side to lose 2 wickets in the span of an over. And they're significantly pegged back. Duncan Arnolda into the attack for Sri Lanka at the commencement of the 7th over. Sensible batting by Paul Stanyard. Clipped. Richard Battersby. Good start to the over by Duncan Arnolda, resulting in a third ball scenario. Can Sri Lanka capitalize? Third ball scenario. Can Sri Lanka capitalize on this? And that's taken. Very well caught by Duncan Arnolda. Caught and bowled. And a much needed dismissal here, Laksisi.
A good take from Duncan Arnolda. A good return take. He gave the ball a lot of air and managed to get it hit back towards him. 2 deliveries to go in this penultimate throw of the second skin. Just 11 runs. Oh, getting a lot of purses there, Duncan Arnolda. Bowling that little off spinners to the right hander.
And over on court 3, we have the ladies over 30s plate final between India and Sri Lanka. India are currently on 16, midway through the second skin.
Last over coming up. England, they need to make sure that this skin gets to at least 20. That would be a good psychological boost for them going into the third skin, because just 9 in that first skin.
Richard Battersby can hit a long ball. It'll be interesting to see the approach he takes.
Fails.
It is the third time these two teams are meeting in this tournament today, and Sri Lanka winning both of them. One game went down really close where I think Sri Lanka won by just 18 runs, but the other one Sri Lanka just dominated completely. So Sri Lanka will be hoping to make it 3 in a row against England. But we saw teams that dominated in the group stage against certain teams actually losing in the knockout phase against those same teams, because yesterday I think the perfect example was how I think one of the New Zealand sides, they lost both the group stage games to South Africa, but when it mattered the most in the knockout phase, they managed to beat South Africa and get to the final.
And that was an intense game. South Africa started off brilliantly, restricting New Zealand to a negative first skin. And then I saw this passage of play for a good 9 overs. New Zealand kept rebuilding. They weren't looking for the big shots, just getting the twos on the on and off side. And there was something that was interesting that Paul was telling us in the com box. In knockout games, in finals, it's all about momentum. You can have the momentum and try to sustain it across skins. But sometimes just by having momentum, it doesn't mean you're ahead of the game. So for instance now, England, if they have an unblemished over or two, they'll have the momentum, but Sri Lanka will still have the advantage. That's an early morning wake-up call there for Stanyard.
Play.
Everyone else finds it humorous except Stanyard.
Yeah, that's the case in most of the occasions whenever that happens, even in outdoor cricket.
One might recall there was a Big Bash game where I think it was Liam Livingstone who got caught in the exact same area thrice within a span of 2 overs.
And another memorable moment is, I think, Alistair Cook. I think was fielding in the slips. I think it was Joe Root who was actually on second slip, who just couldn't stop laughing. There's a separate clip on YouTube just about that incident. So 27 runs, 18 from that second skin. They have managed to double the score from the first skin here. So can say it's a decent job from Richard and Paul. The third skin, they need to make sure that they continue on that upward trend without giving away too many dismissals.
Start of the third skin, the new batters for England, Intikhab Aziz alongside Darren Webber. And Nuwan Dinesh into the attack. Well taken, very well taken off the rebound by Manishan. Catchers win matches in finals, Laxisi, and we're seeing that was a brilliant take.
And the fact that they did that very early in the skin would actually be a huge dent in the momentum that they were trying to create. Nuwan striking straight away. It's just in his second delivery. Ooh. Yeah, not called delivery down the leg side. And talking about important games within Sri Lanka, they will face Australia today in that Women's World Cup. They are trying to do something that they have not done before after that disappointing performance against Pakistan. To stay alive, you have to beat the best. Now that's the equation for Sri Lanka.
Exactly. prior to the tournament, if you told me which games we are likely to be favourites in, it would have only been that Pakistan game. It's a very tough group, Laksasi. And seeing what the other two teams did in the group last evening, New Zealand absolutely demolishing India against the grain. India too will come hard at us as wounded Tigers. So it's not going to be easy. And I fear the worst, unfortunately. I doubt we'll get a game. But if the conditions suit us, and if we can capitalize, that's when we'll need to deliver. And I think I spoke about this as well. Charmery has been our go-to, but over the past 2-3 years, we've peaked because everyone else has contributed. But it's up to them now to deliver at a World Cup. And that's a different pressure altogether.
And against the defending champions. So if they can do that, I think that will certainly give them a lot of confidence, even though they lost to Pakistan. So let's wait and see. In about 10 hours time, we'll know what the result is of that encounter.
Intikab on -3.
Leg side.
Down the leg side
And one.
by Jolita Pereira. Important for Sri Lanka to remain disciplined here.
And yesterday, I think everyone you were there in the com box when Sri Lanka managed to beat South Africa in that encounter, where they were really, really good in the first two skins when they were batting. They didn't give away any dismissals, I think, in the first two skins.
In the first 3 skins, they were fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. But I think that is the intensity of this tournament as well. And 2 hours later, taking on Australia wouldn't have been easy. But Sri Lanka could be very proud of their performances across the tournament. And so can a few other teams. The UAE, for instance, have impressed across divisions, across categories. We'll see them in a few finals today. Deservingly so.
Last one.
UAE over 40 is having the services of someone who played a World Cup final here 2 decades ago. So they will certainly be favourites in that over 40s category. They are in the finals, the only age category. The only age category that they are not in the finals, Australia. That's how good they have been in this tournament. They are in the finals in all the age categories except for over 40s. So just 2 runs after the end of the first 2 overs. Once again, the third skin, just like the previous ones, they're struggling.
And Laksasi, I really hope that everyone around Indo cricket in Sri Lanka, all the teams, even teams not participating in the finals today, come in and watch some high quality cricket. Come in and see the likes of Australia and New Zealand. It's not every day that you have the best teams in your own backyard.
Exactly, I think that's a great opportunity for all the spectators. I mean, we have been talking about this event yesterday quite a lot, Lux and Harith as well. I think we need the spectators to come here to see how good these teams are and how much of an impact that they will bring to the standard of Indo cricket here in Sri Lanka. So altogether, it has been a great year for Indo cricket here in Sri Lanka. You can even say it's like the boom period when it comes to Indo cricket in Sri Lanka. This is the 4th tournament taking place, the 3rd international tournament. We also had the ICL happening, the tournament where the local boys played against each other. And we had
I have been on comms together for 3 of those tournaments over the past.
In all the tournaments, I think, yeah? All the tournaments. We were there in all the tournaments. So, Intikab Mazin, one of the better batters in this England over 45s team, one of the hard hitters in this England team. They'll be looking to add some runs in the last few deliveries of the skin, and almost backing up way too much, and because of the misfield they steal a run. Almost a dismissal, but lucky escape for England. Here's the replay. Yeah, I was well in.
With 8 deliveries to go for the skin, Intikhab on 4. And Darren Webber on 5. Manishan into his second over. Easy pickings there for Intikhab.
Last delivery of the penultimate over in this skin coming up. Oh, plays it away straight to the closing field. And Duncan Arnold saying you should have gone to the non-strikers end. 2 runs added. So 13 runs going into the last over. Will they be able to better what the second skin did?
It seems as though it's going to be Tushara Lakshita to operate for Sri Lanka. It is second over.
Oh, that was close once again. Luckily, it just went a bit too high for the closing fielder to collect it straight away.
A very late call by Darren Webber.
Almost stops it on. So third ball situation created by Tushar. Oh, that should be a bit cheeky there. Gets away.
Michelle the Stamps and Duncan Arnold are seeming to suggest it was at the wrong end again. And this is where spatial awareness, match awareness is crucial. These are skill sets. These masters will also have to kind of perfect when coming up against the best in the world. Brilliant stuff there by Duncan Arnold. Anticipating it and dismantling the bails to great effect.
Yeah, even yesterday we talked about how the awareness part is so important in Indo cricket, because from the Australians, the New Zealanders, we always see the wicketkeepers, they actually try to go for the non-strikers end before they target this stumping from the strikers end. You don't see that happening from the Sri Lankans, Indians and the Englishmen much. So that's the level of awareness that they need to build, and hopefully the teams will be able to learn some new tricks from these high quality teams who have come here. Last delivery of the third skin coming up, so they won't be able to better that the second skin unless Masin just goes for a 7, and that's another dismissal, is it? Yes.
So they're hoping to review it. He apparently dropped the ball. We'll come back after the commercial break to review that dismissal.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉංගත මම වාසුදීන. නානයක්කාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා
හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
කොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
කෙල්ලේ හනික වරල්ලා. ආති අන්තරාවට හුණංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ.
ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your...
England can feel hard done by. It's unfortunate for England. The ball was clearly dropped by the back stumper.
No, I think the official has actually reversed the decision, Viren. They're back to 12 because I think the field did ask the umpire to reverse the decision because
the spirit of the game intact. Like to see, brilliant to see by the Sri Lankans.
Because straight away he noted to the umpire that he dropped the ball and it was not a clean attempt. As you mentioned, great spirit of the game shown by the Sri Lankan lads. I think it was the back stumper, Jayatha Pereira.
Backing up way too far there was Trollope. England are pegged back once again. Sri Lanka have been prolific in terms of getting the crucial breakthroughs at regular intervals. And Andre Fulton. Correction, Andrew Fulton. And Richard Trollope at the crease.
We have to remind our viewers once again, this is the over 45's plate final. Coming up next on court 4, we have the over 55 cup final, the big one in the over 55's age category, and it's going to be Australia taking on South Africa in that clash. And not sure whether you noted this, Viren, in the New Zealand over 55's category, they had Kyle Jamison's father, Mike Jamison, playing for them. Had a great tournament, and we talked about how unfortunate it is that Kyle Jamison has been out of the game for so long in the last few years because of the injuries. Even now he's suffering from a back stress fracture. He'll most probably be out for the rest of the year. So unfortunate.
People speak about Will O'Rourke nowadays as the next Kyle Jamison of sorts. When Kyle Jamison broke through, he was absolutely brilliant for New Zealand. Also had a year with Royal Challengers Bangalore in the IPL.
I think the only difference is that Will is actually not a good batter as Kyle, because Kyle Jamison can certainly bat really well. He's a good batter down the order for New Zealand.
Very well done thus far by Anuradha Karunatilaka. 1 for -2 with 3 deliveries to go in this over. England have to get a move on now with 15 deliveries left. They've got to look for the back net on occasion. But insensibly, build a certain stable foundation and then really go after it in the final over. That should be the ploy. Very well played. No width being given. to Richard. Brilliantly bowled by Anuradha. And we'll have a third ball scenario to commence the 15th over.
Batters. It is third ball. Third ball batters. Colombo.
And that over 40 skate.
Duncan Arnolda in, and they safely negotiate the third ball scenario. Shy at the stumps. If that was a direct hit, that would have been a -5.
Arnold managed to get a wicket in that previous over he bowled. Oh, that just did too much. No, Arnold is someone who can actually get purchased to both sides. Viren is someone who can be so deceptive. It is. The earlier one went away from the right-handed batter. This one came in and they had to go for the run, and it's a run out.
Cardinal error by the two batters. If you commit for a run, especially in this format, you have to trust your partner's call and go for it. And both batters are very tentative, trying to get across. Second breakthrough for Duncan Arnolda. 2 for -3 his figures, with 3 deliveries to go. Keeping things very tight is Duncan Arnolda. Once again, both batters nearly stranded at the same end.
Last one.
Trollope was already through, and Andrew Fulton was caught ball watching. -2 in the skin for England.
Ajal Tabera doing really well. That's the back stumper. England just losing their way again in this last skin. That one once again went away from the right-handed batter.
Over.
So they will end with 0. That's all they could do in this in the last skin. So 40. That's the target for Sri Lanka. With now that's with 1 over to go. Yes, they're back to 0. Beg your pardon. With 1 over to go, they're back to 0. Maybe try to get to 10 in this last over, and maybe give a target of at least 50 for Sri Lanka. Jal Tabera to bowl the last one.
Agreed, Laxisi, they'll have to go for it now. I mean, there's obviously a risk at stake, but you'd feel that a sub-50 target will mean Sri Lanka are firm favourites.
To start the final over. And taken, very well done by Sajid Prasir. Good reflexes shown of the net with a sharp take. Is the replay. That was good. Never easy judging those catches which come off the net.
Those are outdoor strokes, Laxisi. You have to play it down and up with conviction if you want to reap rewards here in indoor cricket. Very well bowled by Jalita. 3 deliveries left. Shy at the stumps. And that would have been very close once again. 2 runs added. Richard Trollope to face the penultimate delivery of the innings. Capitalizing on an overthrow there.
Last one.
And I hope Richard Trollope hasn't done himself much damage.
Richard, you okay?
Seemed to jar his knee at some point there. Last ball of the innings coming up.
Still on 0. This last skin. Plays the down.
Over. Innings.
Sri Lanka, they need 41 to win this over 45's plate final against England. A great bowling effort. 9, 18, 12 and just 1. Giving their absolute best in that last skin. Sri Lanka in this plate final. England, they'll have to bowl really, really well to prevent Sri Lanka from getting into this target.
Thank you. Break.
These are the highlights from that England innings. Some great fielding by Sri Lanka. Some really good catches taken. England, they just never really got going. It was unfortunate.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Mommy, mommy, pretty please, will you tell me this? What is it that's on my face? Hello everyone! Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Cocopalooza on POTV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතය විඳින්න. අද මේ සෙල්ටි මොබිටෙල් ෆයිබර් කනෙක්ෂන් එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. ෆයිබර් එලිට් රිවෝඩ්ස් දිනා ගන්න.
My mic's not working.
Welcome back to you, Pro Colombo, for the start of Sri Lanka's reply here in the plate final of the over 45s category.
Because my mic's not working.
Two opening batters for Sri Lanka are Duncan Arnolda and Manishan Hevatantantri.
Alrighty. Got the mic. It's not working.
Manishan Hevatantantri.
Duncan Arnold and Manishan Hevatantri, the two first skin batters for Sri Lanka.
Intikab Maziz opening the bowling for England. I've seen him bowl throughout this campaign. He's been very consistent with his lines and lengths. Gets the ball to nibble a bit early on. You reckon this is that crucial skin, Laksasi? If Sri Lanka get to 2025, it should potentially be the game in the bag.
If these two can get half the job done from this first skin itself, that will definitely be a huge problem for England with 3 skins to go. Just 20 in 3 skins, that's more than gettable. So it's all about making sure that these two don't get that start for Sri Lanka. England, they need some early wickets.
A very good morning to Brian Blackmore and the others tuning in from the UK. It's a very early start. It's 5:25 a.m. in the UK. Go England, bring the plate final home, says Brian Blackmore. Feel free to engage with us using the comments thread on YouTube. Laksisi and I will take them on board. Maziz running in.
Last one.
We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the tournament thus far. It's been a brilliant affair for Indo cricket. And kudos to the World Indo Cricket Federation, UPROC, and Sri Lanka and the Sri Lanka cricket and the Ceylon Indo cricket agency led by Hiran Dimel and his team. It's been an absolutely fantastic tournament, a brilliant exhibition of this format. Seven off that first over, Laksisi. Just the start Sri Lanka wanted here.
Exactly, good first over. And to bowl the second over is Chris Mosley.
Play.
Hesitation there, but they managed to get through unscathed. Chris Mosley. I feel like he should have had a dismissal there off his first ball. Decent comeback. The Ceylon Indo Cricket Association has a long way over the past year or two. Hiran Dimel taking Indo cricket in Sri Lanka to unprecedented heights. Ably supported Basiela Patirana. Been tasked with being the head coach Sri Lanka, and they've done a brilliant job together to bring the best players from around the world down to Sri Lanka.
Last one.
They continue the good work here. The first skin for Sri Lanka.
Over.
And halfway through the first skin. No dismissals yet. 17 runs on the board.
And Laksisi, you can start to see that the shoulders are starting to drop for the English, which is why I said the first 2 overs of this skin were going to be very crucial for England to seize the initiative, try to regain some momentum, because it's one-way traffic at the moment.
Play.
Sri Lanka just doing things too easily at the moment. No pressure whatsoever on them. They're just playing that casual. Extra special, just ups and getting those twos.
This left-right combination proving to be a force to be reckoned with for the English. Manishan Hevatantri has been supporting Duncan Arnold really well. He's on 11 with Arnold on 10. Nice down and up. Sensible batting, responsible batting. And now Sri Lanka have crossed the halfway mark in terms of their target. So no blemishes for the remaining 9 balls, and this pair will commend each other on a job well done.
Slide. Last one.
Sensible batting. At the end of the third over, it's 27 on the board for Sri Lanka, going at 9 runs per over. Well and truly on their way to winning this plate final. Just 14 shy now.
Break.
Time for England to regroup.
Break.
They'll realize that they're just a couple of dismissals away
I'm okay.
from being back in contention.
I'm okay.
They need at least a couple of dismissals. Try to get at least a couple of dismissals here to push Sri Lanka back a bit. But if these two, they manage to get maybe 8 runs in this skin, that means they have scored almost 90% of the required target we're in. And that means
Play.
And they don't even have to scamper across. There's an easy single in the offering for Duncan Arnold. Andre Fulton operating for England now. A missed opportunity for Maziz there. If he gathered it and had a shy at the keeper's end, that would have been very close. Because Duncan Arnold slightly late to get off the mark. Very well bowled by Andre Fulton. 3 deliveries left in this opening skin. Sri Lanka already over 75% of the way through in terms of this chase. Very well played by Manishan. A delivery to go. If there is no dismissal or breakthrough, this opening pair will feel that they've taken Sri Lanka to an insurmountable position. And that's exactly what happens.
Over. Partnership.
Comedy of errors in the field for England. And that's 34 on the board, Laksisi. 7 shy of England's target. Sri Lanka already have one hand on that plate.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos, riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race. Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
Flight. Wide.
The two new batters for Sri Lanka. Nishanta Kumara and Tushar Lakshita. Ashfaq Hussain, the skipper, in operation for England.
Just too easy at the moment. The first skin, they were just too comfortable out there. England, they were unable to put any sort of pressure on the first skin batters for Sri Lanka. Now they need to make sure they do things right here. Otherwise, it's going to be a thrashing here for the Englishmen in this plate final. They have not been able to ask any questions from these Sri Lankan batters so far. For these two so far, it has been a comfortable start. They're just scoring the twos, scoring the down and ups quite easily.
A slightly risky stroke there by Nishant Kumara. Need to play the down and up with conviction. Final delivery coming up of the fifth over. Sri Lanka already leveling England's score. Now it'll be all about building a buffer now to really just bat England out of the game going into those final two skins. And with 3 overs left in this skin, with 2 overs left rather, Tushara and Nishanta make a steady start. It's not often, Laksasi, that with 11 overs to go, you've already achieved your target. And now it's just about batting sensibly and playing your natural game. The next two pairs very easily can go into a shell, a defensive mindset. And that's when England might feel they have an opportunity of clawing their way back into it.
Exactly, Viren. There's no need to change anything. Just do what you have been doing in the previous overs. That's exactly what they need to do, Sri Lanka. No need to be too defensive and just give England a sniff in this encounter. Just keep on continuing the same manner. And that's actually a dismissal.
Brilliant bowling by Paul Stanyard in the block hole. And Nishanta missed it completely. Was deceived by the lack of pace as well.
Level.
And that was the first dismissal of this Sri Lankan innings. Now, soon after they managed to get that advantage in the total. Now they're back to 39, but still just 2 runs away from overtaking England's total. And that's on the leg side. They continue to add the runs, these two, Tushar and Nishanta.
Over.
2 overs left in the second skin. 41 on the board for Sri Lanka. Winning a plate against England in a very strong Masters World Series will give the Sri Lankan side a lot of confidence, Laksasi.
Yes, indeed, Viren. They missed out on the top 4 by a whisker. I mean, that tied didn't count, if I'm not wrong. Laid the foundation for South Africa and New Zealand, rather UAE and New Zealand rather, to qualify for the top 4 in this age category. Sri Lanka, they won 4 games but unfortunately missed out. But they made sure there were no any mishaps in this plate segment.
And the reason for strong celebrations for Sri Lanka, the ladies side well and truly on their way to winning that plate final against India as well. Nishanta Kumara. Some brilliant running between wickets there. Kudos to the Ceylon Indo Cricket Association. These 2 victories for Sri Lanka in both these plate finals is testament to their hard work of promoting the game in this country. I'm sure the game will only grow from strength to strength under the guidance and purview of Hirandi Mel, Asela Patirana and co.
Batters, third ball, last ball. Third ball batters.
7 deliveries to go in this skin. Down the track.
Over. Last over.
The more lucrative option would have been the down and up on the off or leg side. Sri Lanka 9 ahead of England's target with over half of the innings to go.
Play.
Final over of this skin. Sri Lanka will want to build a bit more of a buffer here so that there's absolutely no pressure for the final 2 pairs. Richard Trollope. Operating for England. Just to give our viewers an insight on what's happening in the other 2 games over on courts 1 and 2. We have Sri Lanka taking on India in the over 40 Masters Plate final. And in the over 35 Masters Plate final, you have UAE taking on Singapore. And in that plate final between Singapore and UAE, Singapore had posted 41. UAE are currently on 21. That's going to be a nail-biter over on court 1.
Singapore beating England yesterday in that semi-final, which took place in court number 3.
And India ahead of Sri Lanka in the 40s plate final, with India posting 74 and Sri Lanka on 20 midway through the second skin. So 2 riveting games over on court 1 and 2. Things seem to be a tad more obvious in terms of the outcome over on courts 3 and 4, with 2 victories for Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka with the 15-run advantage even before the end of the second skin in this plate final of the over 45s age category.
Actually, I'd like to come into bat in the third skin with a buffer or 15 runs to play with.
And we talked a lot about the Asia Emirates Rugby Sevens yesterday. Viren and Sri Lanka beating India 22 points to nil in the quarterfinal to
Last ball.
book their place in the semis.
Third ball.
Most probably will play Chinese Taipei in the semi-finals later in the day.
For all our viewers tuning in from around the world, Laxisi De Silva is your go-to walking encyclopedia when it comes to rugby. Short ball surprised him there, but Laxisi,
Over.
just one dismissal in your opening 2 skins, defending 40. You're asking for trouble.
And I think a lot of credit should go to the Sri Lankan batters, as we mentioned earlier as well. Didn't try to do anything extravagant, just played the strokes without going for anything special. Took the twos whenever they were available. The down and ups were really, really good on how they played.
Players ready.
යාගේ ගෙදර කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
උඹට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන උඹ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
Ataramba.
A win-win situation my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
So the third skate. Anuradha Karunathilaka and Nuan Dinesh.
Not until after the ball is bowled. Yeah, so you have to stay in the blue.
Anuradha and Nuan Dinesh. Anuradha
Once it's
picking up a twofer with the ball. Would like to back that up with a decent performance with the willow. England have been inconsistent with their lines and lengths throughout this reply. No coherent plan. That's unfortunate. They've had a good campaign.
batters in his third ball.
It's great to see them still in good spirits and enjoying their final game of this Masters World Series. Ashfaq Hussein's been a brilliant leader for this side. You see him always encouraging his troops. And his leadership has left them in good stead. 20 ahead now, Sri Lanka, in terms of the target.
Over.
7 overs to go. Sri Lanka in cruise control.
Play ball.
Maziz back into the attack. Ball the opening over for England. That's what he's capable of. I needed to see that in the first over.
Batters.
He's done that throughout the tournament, but I was slightly off colour in that first over, going for 7.
Maziz pulling out that Yorker straight away in the very first delivery of the over. This time slightly short and played it away comfortably. 1 run.
Surprised England haven't front-loaded on their good bowlers. I expected Maziz to be brought back in because there's no point saving your best bowlers for the end. You need to bowl them out.
When you're playing with such a low total on the board, you need to make sure that you put as much pressure as possible on the first two skins itself. England, they failed to do that, and they're behind by 21 runs already, even before the end of the 10th over.
Seem to be quite close. The back stumper, the skipper there, Ashfaq Hussain. Seem to be good.
Batters. Third ball. Third ball.
Easy pickings for the Sri Lankans.
Last one.
Anuradha Karunatilaka on 3 and one Dinesh on 3. Both had brilliant spells with the ball, with 2 furs each.
Over.
So 6 runs, very containing over this one. Just 2 runs given away, although there were no dismissals. Maziz bowling very aggressively in that second over, but unfortunately nothing to show for the way he bowled in that second over. So halfway through the third skin, these two, they have added just 6 runs, but they have made sure that they have not given away any dismissals, and that's a wayward delivery by Andrew Fulton. No, England, although they are in the plate final, you'll be surprised that the best contributor, that means the runs you have scored and the wickets you have taken, the best contributor is actually Andrew Fulton, and his contribution is just 2. Although they are in the finals, because in some of those matches they were heavily outplayed. They lost by a huge margin in most of the games. And Fulton continues to be the man for England with another dismissal. He has scored over 60 runs in the tournament and has taken around 12 dismissals. I think this is his 13th dismissal.
Last one.
Last delivery of the third over coming up.
For all the viewers tuning in for the first time,
Last over.
this is the largest World Indoor Cricket Federation competition in its history. 42 teams taking part. And Sri Lanka, and kudos to Hiran Dimel again, has entered a team in each and every division for the first time in our history. And this is brilliant stuff by everyone involved.
Play.
And the icing on the cake would have been Viren to see that over 35 Sri Lankan side in the finals, but that was not meant to be, unfortunately. But they did really well, taking that third place. The plate championships in the over 45s category and the ladies over 30s category seems to be well within Sri Lanka's grasp. An appeal by the keeper, but the umpire says no. Not very pleased with the decision under Fulton.
Wide. Better.
Coming up next, we
Rebound. Rebound.
down the leg side, tries to play it away towards the leg side there, but missed it.
An update from Court 1. UAE well and truly on track to beating Singapore in the over 35s final. Singapore had also posted 41, proving to be subpar. And at the end of the second skin for the Sri Lanka 40s, they're on 28, chasing 74. So India on top over on Court 2.
No ball. Front foot.
Post 10 yard.
Rebound.
Figures of 1 for 7. The batter is requesting for that to be rebowled.
Last one.
And rather with a contribution of 10 and one Dinesh 6. Final delivery of this third skin.
Leg side. Rebound.
That might be rebowled.
And we ran in the over 40 split final. As you mentioned earlier, India made 74 and Sri Lanka after 2 skins on 30.
Punish it.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Kicked over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper finds it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennox Town. It's the Hazen. Turkey Morrison who will stroll in.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකටද කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයක් නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩ තිබ්බා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගියා.
කවුද ගෙදර ඉන්නේ?
The final skin of this over 45s played final. Jayita Pereira and skipper Sachitra Siribadana out there to just put the icing on the cake now for Sri Lanka. It's been a dominant display, Laksasi. Fantastic performance by all 8 Sri Lankan players. They've all chipped in various ways.
Five runs off the first 3 deliveries. Plays it away, but won't go for the run. Jalita and Sajitra, 2 highly experienced campaigners when it comes to indoor cricket here in Sri Lanka.
Winners. Third ball. Last ball.
Last delivery of the first over coming up. They're taking the run.
Over.
Sloppy by England. you can tell that they've basically accepted the result, the end result, but they need to see it out. You need to play for pride. You have your nation's badge on your chest. You need to just continue to give it your all.
Headers, please.
And in court number 3, the Lankan ladies, they have been really dominant. 3 of the Indian skins are in the red. And they currently have an advantage of 80 runs. Oh, a direct hit would have been interesting. Smacks it hard on the ground. Jalita unable to go for a run. This time successful in getting the run.
Andrew Hutchins Webber, 2 deliveries left of his Masters World Series 2024.
Oh, actually, sorry, no, it's not Bale's going to come off.
And he's finally credited for some good bowling. And the umpire had signaled that it was out as well.
One more.
The players were celebrating, and I think the batter pointed out that the bails weren't dislodged. So what we see in outdoor cricket transpires in indoor cricket as well. Laksisi.
Lucky escape for Jalita. And he wounded, ending up solved that wound. Straight away he plays the down and up. In the next delivery to get 2 more runs. 12 runs these two have added.
Credit to all these sides, Laxis. It's been a long tournament with games coming in thick and fast. And at this level, they've retained their fitness. It's been daunting mentally and physically, but shown up today and been competitive. So kudos to England as well in trying conditions here in Colombo. And we hope they've had a memorable tournament and memorable stay in our motherland.
Let's it go, and so not delivery to begin the penultimate over as the plate final in court number 3 just concluded. Sri Lanka winning the title, winning the plate title in the ladies over 30s category. So Sri Lanka all set to win their second plate title of the tournament. And that's another dismissal. Not another dismissal, it's a dismissal because the earlier one was not out.
At least this time the bails were dislodged. A good parry there. Good stuff by Fulton. Bend the stumps.
No, because the direct hit was not enough earlier, he made sure to dislodge the bails this time. So slowly nearing the end of this over 45 plate final, and coming up next, as I mentioned earlier, the over 55s final, the grand final between Australia and South Africa. Hoping to have a cracking contest in that final. The first of the 3 finals in court number 4, and in all other courts we will have in court number 1 rather, not in court 2 and court 3. We will have the finals beginning next.
Over. Final over.
6-3 thrilling encounters coming your way from U-Pro Colombo. If you're around the vicinity, make sure to visit and witness these games live. If not, you can watch the games live on YouTube
It is third ball
and
players.
also on Facebook.
Third ball. Play ball.
Last 6 deliveries of the game.
No ball. That's out. Do you want the rebound?
This is stat padding time now. The bowlers and the two batters as well. They'd want to end their individual tournaments on a high. There's bragging rights when you look at the individual contributions table. Richard Trollope wrapping things up for England in this game. Safely negotiated by Jalita. Ambling across. Two deliveries left. Comprehensive victory for Sri Lanka. A very professional performance.
Leg side. Rebound.
And Trollope seems to have done something to his knee with the delivery to go. He'd be grateful that this is the end of the tournament. Tired bodies.
Ash. Okay.
Four deliveries left. Tries to play the down and up on the leg side. Missed it completely. Last 3 deliveries coming up. Sri Lanka on 77. On their way to a comfortable win here. Two more runs added. No Sajid Srivardhana coming into this final was one of the best contributors for Sri Lanka, Viren, in the over 45s category. 36 runs he has contributed, 61 runs with the bat, and he has also managed to get 10 dismissals. But the best contributor was Dilshan Vitarana. He is not playing this encounter. 44 his contribution for Sri Lanka in this tournament. Richard Trollope bowling that last delivery, which Jalapera just defends easily. So that's the game. Sri Lanka over 45 is winning it by 39 runs to clinch the plate in this age category of the Masters World Series 2024. And it was a very comfortable win for Sri Lanka. I think England, they just never got going. They were just too loose, especially when they were batting. In bowling, they had their moments, but it was the batting that let them down in this final. They needed a better effort, at least somewhere around 70 or 80, to have a real crack at this final. They played final. The first skin batted really well. That was the first dismissal actually in the 6th over of this Sri Lankan innings. After that, Sri Lanka, they were just going along nicely, taking the twos, playing the down and ups to perfection.
And that's it for the Sri Lankan contingent in this tournament. After this first round of games here, on the finals day, we won't be having a Sri Lankan team featuring for the rest of the tournament. So great seeing two plate results going our way, and the game is still on between Sri Lanka and India over on court 2. But after this, we'll be seeing 3 consecutive Australian finals. The champions, the undisputed champions of world indoor cricket, will showcase their prowess, and the likes of South Africa and New Zealand will be looking to topple them. And it is only in the over 40 Masters category where we won't see Australia in the grand final, and that will be time for the UAE to shine, playing the only grand final of this comp.
And we still have the game going on in court number 2, and Sri Lanka, to beat India in the over 40s plate final, they need 19 more runs with 20 deliveries to go.
And over on court 1, UAE, with the delivery to go, have clinched the 35s plate final. So congratulations to the UAE with their first piece of silverware in the tournament. And they'll be back for the over 40 Masters grand final against South Africa, which should be a real humdinger at 1 p.m. over on court 1. We'll be back with you shortly for the second round of games.
එතන දැනෙන movies ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්. ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. Rewind කරන option එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
පිළිසුළු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Batters ready. Play.
Welcome back to UPro Colombo for the start of this over 55 grand final between South Africa and Australia.
Third ball, batters. Third ball.
The two opening batters for South Africa are Razor Haupt and Warren Kanemair.
Two runs.
2 runs on the board. South Africa up and running.
Final ball.
Standing umpire, very experienced umpire from New Zealand, Scott Van Sepp. Opening the bowling for Australia is Vice Captain Brett Williams. At the end of the first over, 3 on the board. It's nice to see a small gallery over on court 3 observing proceedings. There have been no more matches over on court 3, so that will be a nice viewing area for matches taking place over on court 4. The new bowler for Australia is Michael Gorka. If you're tuning in from Australia or from South Africa, feel free to engage with us on the comments thread, and we here in the Combox will entertain your questions. Cautious start by Kanemair. Very well bowled by Michael Gorka.
Third ball, batters. Third ball.
Just a reminder to all our viewers, each team has 2 unsuccessful reviews under their belt. And that is what we've been told by the officials. We tested the system out yesterday. It was a brilliant introduction into the tournament over on courts 1 and 4. Reza Haupt beaten by the pace there. Michael Gorka with good start to his spell. This is going to be an absolutely riveting affair. The 2 best sides of the tournament in here. And over the past 3 games, Australia have won 2, and South Africa clinched 1 during the group stages. So a lot to play for.
If you look at the scores we ran, the 2 games that Australia won, they made sure that they won in a convincing manner. But that game that South Africa won, it was really close. Just 12 runs separating the 2 sides. And if you talk about this first game for South Africa, Reza Haupt and Warren Kanemair. Kanemair just his contribution is on the red side, -10 his contribution throughout the tournament. He has scored 80 runs and has taken 5 wickets in this tournament. So what's important now is that runs part. 80 runs is a good number in the tournament. And if we talk about Reza Hoped, 112 runs. He's the second highest run scorer for South Africa this tournament. His contribution is 54, and just as we said that, he gets bowled. Great Yorker. Very well bowled by this. I think that was Paul Bohm.
And Laxi, taking the trouble of jotting down all the contributions. This is the sign of a stellar outfit. Every Australian player has a positive contribution, but half of the South African team have significant negative contributions. So it's important here for South Africa to stay in the game for as long as possible, not to allow Australia to run away with the initiative.
Exactly. Paul Bohm, if we take as an example, he has taken 7 wickets. That was his 8th wicket of the tournament. His contribution is 26, and that's the lowest from the Australian 8 playing in this final. As you mentioned, so many great contributions throughout this tournament from the Australians. The skipper, especially Brett Williams, 117 his contribution. The deputy Brett Williams, 117 his contribution.
I can't wait to see Darrell Hellsberger, the leading contributor for Australia, sporting number 25 on his jersey. The contribution 98 alongside the vice captain Brett Williams.
Oh, almost another one. But what the closing fielder didn't spot was the non-striker was almost halfway there. If the throw into the non-striker's end, would have been another dismissal. So last throw of the first skin coming up. South Africa on 10 at the moment.
Good start by Australia, asserting their authority over proceedings. But South Africa will know. A good over here, around 8 or 9 runs without a blemish, and they're right in it. And this is a final, so with scoreboard pressure, there's an added element of pressure on the chasing side. Not that it has affected Australia much in the past, Laxasi.
Now, something really interesting, we're in that game that South Africa won. Australia actually won 3 of the skins. But South Africa managing to get the overall result in their favor by winning just 1 skin. The issue for Australia in that game was that they scored just 4 runs in that first skin. I mean, reducing them to just 4 runs in a skin, that needs a huge effort, and South Africa, they got everything right in that game.
I'm going to put my neck on the line here, Laxasi, and say for South Africa to win this, they'll need 1 pair to have an absolute outlier of a performance. Because the Australians are fairly consistent across their pairs. You'll get the 20s, you'll get the 25s with ease. But if South Africa can have 1 pair that gets that 40, that 45 that's needed, that'll be a huge, huge factor in determining the final outcome of this game. And for that, I think they'll be very, very reliant on a certain Anton Bosman.
And Viren, if we talk a bit about the consistency of Australia in this over 55 age category, they have actually scored over 100 in each and every game except for that game which they lost to South Africa. Over 100 in every game. That's how consistent they have been.
Exactly, Laxi, and that's what I was referring to. For them, getting 25 off a pair is the bare minimum. It's the average, it's the expectation. And that's the level of cricket that we are seeing. Look at that commitment, Laxi. This is what I mean. These 2 sides have been the most athletic, and the 2 sides that have taken nothing for granted.
Now they have got 20. Reza and Warren. Last delivery coming up. almost a dismissal. They decide to not go for the run. So they'll end with 20. Just one dismissal in the skin. Decent start for South Africa in this over 55's final.
Rees and Warren will be impressed with what they did. I said they needed that good final over and they got it. 10 off that final over. And we'll be back shortly for the second skin. Two new batters for South Africa. Stanton Cohen and Denzel Williams. Denzel Williams with a contribution of -5. This tournament thus far 57 runs, 8 wickets. And Stanton Cohen with a contribution of -26. It's important for this pair to just hang in there. New bowler for Australia, Darcy Holzberger, one of their leading contributors in this tournament. Very well bowled. That fifth stump line. Denzel Williams was looking for that leg side. It's a vacant leg side. This is what I mean, Laksasi. If you look at the field placing, Australia always bowls to their field placing. A very strong offside presence. So you'll see him coming across and trying to bowl that third, fourth stump line. They've got a plan in place for every batter. They've done their homework. They know that Denzel Williams is a prolific leg side player with the down and ups. You can trust Australia to have done all their work on each and every batsman coming in. Very well bowled there by Holzberger.
Final ball.
Holzberger we in. 12 wickets in the tournament. Some great numbers for him. He has contributed with 98 runs in the whole tournament. Has been one of the best of this tournament. And that's a no ball to end, but 7 runs off the over. I think the second skin batters for South Africa, they'll be happy with that start. 7 runs against Holzberg as well, who has been absolutely phenomenal with the ball throughout the tournament.
At this stage, even though you might think Australia are marginally ahead, South Africa will be pleased with the start. With 11 overs to go, they've laid a decent enough foundation for this pair and the remaining 2 pairs to come in. Now it's just about continuing this momentum for a while. Wearing Australia down, not giving them any dismissals for the next 2-3 overs. Staf Camerini. Stefan. Sporting the number 11 jersey for Australia.
Tomarini, 6 wickets in the tournament so far.
It's brilliant seeing nearly 200 people tuning in for this game. Donovan Kruger says good luck South Africa. Teron Castan, let's go. Brittany Lane, let's go Team South Africa, bring home the gold. Claude saying let's go South Africa. Teron also backing South Africa. Lovely seeing presence from South Africa. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Cape Town, Pretoria, Joburg. Give us an indication of which part of South Africa you're tuning in from and what you think would be a good first innings total for South Africa to post. And I will give you all an honorary mention and a shout out to the one who comes the closest. But a crucial breakthrough there for Australia. Stefan striking in his first over.
So the second skin just unfortunately losing that wicket. Great piece of work in the front court. This time the down and up. Played it late and played it exactly where he wanted it to go. 2 runs added. Now South Africa, they need to be careful here. Can't afford to give away another dismissal. It's Tomarini. Oh, that's good. That's good. Well batted. Stanton Cohen. Stanton Cohen has been a man on a mission in this skin so far. 9 runs in the first 2 overs itself. Denzel Williams needs to make sure that he provides the necessary support here. 7 runs halfway through the skin. With the dismissal, that means they have scored 12. So if they can score 12 more in the remaining 2 overs, they'll be somewhere around 19-20. And I think once again they'll be happy. They'll be looking at somewhere around at least 80 to give some sort of fight against this strong Australian lineup.
Yeah, you can only control the controllables, and it's important for South Africa not to overestimate how much they should get. Just continue batting sensibly. You never know what finals pressure can do to a side. Coming into ball now for the Aussies is Trevor Hart. Very well ball. Cramping Stanton there.
So once again, leading Stanton Cohen. This time he bowled it away from him and found some movement away from the right-handed batter. He was trying to play it towards the offside, but unfortunately missed it. And that's a miss. Third ball situation. He missed it completely, and that's the second dismissal of this second skin. Very well bowled by Trevor Hart. Trevor Hart, another great contributor in this whole tournament for the Australians. His 7th dismissal. So with Tomarini and Hart both taking dismissals in this final, the lowest number for an Australian bowler in this final when it comes to dismissals is 7. This time gets bat on ball. He hesitated for a bit even after playing that stroke.
With both these batters having negative contributions throughout the tournament, I did say earlier that it was all about consolidation of that start. They have to remain in the positives as the bare minimum. Once again, throwing their wickets away now are South Africa. Poor calling, hesitation, and you get penalised in this format. Once again, no attempt to make that run. Just ambling across. And Australia seizing the initiative as always.
3 dismissals now in this second skin. South Africa, they're struggling. Australians just changing the set of stumps on the 2 sides, taking the one in the strikers into the non-strikers and the non-strikers into the strikers. Last delivery of the 7th over, or the penultimate over of the second skin coming up. 2 for -9, Trevor Hart. It's been so hard to put him away in this over. And again, what a terrific over from Trevor Hart. Just 1 run off the bat, 2 dismissals, 2 for -9. And South Africa, just like that, they're on the back foot big time, Viren.
Well said, Lakshisi. And that's all it takes in a final. 1 over with a couple of dismissals and a -10 being registered. All the early momentum, all the early consolidation is basically undone within a span of 6 deliveries, and that's what South Africa can ill afford, especially in this final over of this skin. No more damage permitted.
And also, that's so late into the skin too. I mean, now they don't have enough time to try and get to that double-digit mark. They are in the red zone. Just 1 over to go, 6 deliveries. Now they have to be extra careful as well because they don't want to give away any more dismissals.
Well said, Laxi. Barry Morrison in there, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of a stoppage in play for a quick concussion check. Nope, he gives the thumbs up, he's fine. It was unintentional. Good sportsmanship being shown by the Aussies and South Africans. Barry Morrison runs in. Safely negotiated by Denzel Williams.
Barry Morrison, the skipper, yet to get a wicket in this final, but he has taken 10 throughout this tournament.
You've just gifted him one now, Laxis. I think he'll get one now that you've said so. Down the leg side. Will offer for it to be rebowled. South Africa, this pair back in the positives now. That was the bare minimum. They needed to keep consolidating. A change of pace and a slow start, costing Stanton there once again. But they've gone in for the review and we'll have the first utilization of the DRS in this final. Has he made his ground? So for our viewers, how the DRS will work here, the third umpire from the box will just send a freeze frame to the umpire. The umpire has his own screen and the umpire will make the final decision based on the freeze frame. And based on that, he falls just short. No, it's been overturned. So it's just the freeze frame. So here, the umpire thought it was not dislodged, and the decision has been overturned. So South Africa still have their 2 reviews intact. Brilliant utilization of technology here at UPro, and a fantastic review being taken there by South Africa.
They just got out of the red zone. They couldn't afford to go back to the red zone with that dismissal. So it's a good call to take that review. Now, after that delivery down the leg side, they'll get an extra delivery too, and very well bowled by Barry Morrison.
So in yesterday's final game, there were 2 reviews taken. So whilst I have been in the com box, there have been 3 reviews taken, and all have been overturned.
Final ball.
Both batters stranded at the same end. Confusion all around, but they managed to come out of it unscathed. And a decent end for South Africa in that
rare error, isn't it? Very rare error from Australia.
Very much so. There were errors all round off their delivery, but South Africa will be pleased. They were in the negatives for most of their skin. They've now consolidated 29 of the first 8 overs. Start of the third skin here for South Africa. The two new batters at the crease are Craig Bradshaw and Anton Bosman. Anton Bosman, one of the leading contributors for South Africa in the tournament thus far. Stefan back into the attack. Down the track, and Bosman continues from where he left off. He's had a brilliant tournament, has Anton Bosman, and it's important for Bradshaw to support him. This will be the skin that South Africa look to seize the initiative in. Fantastic batting by Bradshaw. Bradshaw with a contribution of 77 runs in the tournament, but Anton Bosman 120 runs, 7 wickets. He's the linchpin of the South African side, Laksasi.
This is a skin that South Africa would be hoping to get at least 25-30 because this is one of the better skins for them. 36 runs on the board. Good start in this skin so far. Tomarini. Played away nicely. Bosman.
A true ambassador of indoor cricket in South Africa is Anton Bosman. Hopes of a nation rest on his shoulders here. Very well played by Bradshaw. This is prolific batting. This is experience and a sheer sense of game awareness. Fantastic batting by the pair.
Australia just feeling the pressure a little bit very early in this skin for the first time. 4 runs on the board, 7 overs to go.
And I called it Laksasi. I said they'll target one pair to get to the late 30s, early 40s. And I think that this is the pair for South Africa.
$11 from the first over. 3 overs to go. Bosman and Bradshaw. If they can get the same amount in the remaining 3 overs, they'll be getting in excess of 40. That will be a huge boost. And as we expected, Viren, these two, they are batting a lot more confidently than the earlier 2 skins. And they're taking the right options. That's the best thing about this pair.
And they've breezed to 13 with minimum risks. They haven't looked for the back net. It's just been batting of the highest order and playing it with conviction.
So a couple of twos to begin this second over as well. Australia, they know they have to prevent them from scoring these runs as much as possible. Whoa, this time tries to play the down and up, finds the outside edge.
Michael Gorka into his second over. Figures of none for 9.
Oh, that's a loose delivery. 3 runs given away.
Starting to feel the pressure now are the Aussies. They know that Anton Bosman's looking to take them to the attack. Craig Bradshaw has been supporting him really well. Once again, that's all Craig Bradshaw has been doing, and he's been doing it to good effect. Sensible batting.
8 runs off the over, 1 delivery to go. Anton Bosman on strike.
This pair is going at over 10 per over, Laksasi. Just as the doctor ordered for South Africa.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Another couple to end the over, 10 runs off it. 21 in the first 2 overs of the skin. Bosman and Bradshaw looking really good, and the 50 is up for South Africa as well. So as long as they don't give away dismissals, they're in a very good spot in this encounter.
An exhibition in indoor cricket stroke play there, Laksasi. The most lucrative stroke, the down and up, being well received by the crowd here over on court 4 at U Pro Colombo.
That is ready. Play.
The third over of the skin. Gavin Reynolds to bowl this over. 1 run added.
Gavin Reynolds into his first over.
Reynolds, 11 wickets for him. Contribution of 82 runs. The third best contributor of this Australian side in the tournament.
Without looking too far ahead, Laxasi, I think it's safe to say now South Africa would feel they're on a level playing field now with Australia. This pair has been outstanding.
Oh, this is good.
And he saw the gap there. Time to perfection. And that's 4 runs added to the South African total.
7 runs off the first 3 deliveries. Oh, almost. Just backing up a bit too much there, Bosman. So a dot delivery after 7 runs in the first 3 deliveries, so the first half of the over.
A polite inquiry by the South African camera as to whether they can review the wide. That shows you they're very, very confident here. And South Africa have quieted things down for the Aussies now. There's a barren passage of play. It's exactly what they would have wanted coming out ahead of this third skin.
7 deliveries to go in the skin. Bosman and Bradshaw, they'll want to make it a perfect skin here. Oh, hit hard by Bosman.
If South Africa pull this off, Laxasi, Anton Bosman's knock here might be the most clutch knock we've seen in the tournament. Under immense pressure, they only had 29 on the board after 8 overs. And over the past 3 overs, they've gone at over 11 per over.
13 runs in that previous over, 11 to begin, 10 in the next, and 13 in this one. 6 deliveries to go. Australia, they need a dismissal desperately in this last over. But Bosman and Bradshaw, they'll be looking at somewhere around 40 to 45. Maybe 45 should be the target for them. If they do get that, they'll end with 74 runs at the end of this skin. And that actually takes them to an average of 25, almost close to that average of 25 runs per skin. Last over, Trevor Hart. He's been given the responsibility to bowl the last over of this skin. Trevor Hart, 2 dismissals in the over he bowled. He was really good. Just 1 run off the batter in that previous over he bowled.
Play.
Oh, good start, good start. Trevor Hart continuing from where he left off in that first over. And this is Anton Bosman once again. He finds the back net again. 4 runs. The third instance, if he managed to get 4 runs in this skin, 38 on the board. He makes amends for missing that first delivery. Trevor Hart. So that's a dot delivery. And Anton Bosman straight away telling Bradshaw, no need to panic, it's just a dot delivery. Last 3 deliveries of the skin coming up. And this is Bradshaw once again doing what he has been doing in this skin so well.
Proud to say a prediction has come true finally. I did say that for South Africa to seize the initiative in the game, they needed a skin in excess of 40, courtesy of Anton Bosman and Bradshaw, and they were being absolutely brilliant. And these are bonus runs now for them. Very well poised now, South Africa. They just need an average final skin, and they'll get to a very competitive total in the grand final. Fantastic stuff. This has been the most prolific skin thus far, with the delivery to go. No risk needed.
And if I'm not wrong, Viren, this is actually the best skin against Australia in the whole tournament. Oh, that's a full toss. Plays it away.
And that's a no ball. So it'll be re-ball. 3 runs. And you said it's the best skin against Australia. And it has to be maybe the best knock of the tournament thus far. This has been an exhibition in batting.
46. Bradshaw. Will they try to add 2 more runs, or will they just try to defend this?
Down the leg side, that will be re-bowled as well.
48.
The pressure is starting to show on the Aussies for the first time in the tournament. You can see this over 55 side starting to feel the pressure, courtesy of Anton Bosman and Craig Bradshaw.
A 2 here will make it 50, and he decides to defend it.
A standing ovation needed by the gallery. This has been a masterclass by Anton Bosman and Craig Bradshaw.
Anton Bosman and Craig Bradshaw completely turning the tides towards South Africa in this final, as the skipper William Carse, he comes out to bat. A big job on his shoulders as well. Now William Carse needs to make sure that there are no errors in this last skin.
You can see how it's well received by the South Africans. Anton Bosman getting a hero's welcome back into the dugout.
Rewind කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරයි ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed, more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data bundle ඇතුළු Fiber Elite.
2 runs.
Henny Theron and Will Carse, the skipper, and that's a good start. Brett Williams. Brett Williams has been a good bowler for Australia this tournament. 8 dismissals to his name. Good. This is good. Henny Theron getting the 2.
Continuing to seize the initiative now, South Africa. So 29 runs of the first 8 overs, 54 runs of the next 4.2 overs. That has been the sheer domination of these final 4 batters. No, and you can't afford to do that. If you're playing the down and up on the leg side, you have to play it with conviction. You can't half-heartedly play it, because it will lob straight back to a fielder. And Australia will feel they have an opening now.
Exactly. This is what South Africa didn't need after that great third skin. Henny Theron needs to be careful. And that's a wide delivery. Williams very, very disappointed about himself for giving it away. So first over 3 runs and a dismissal. 80 runs on the board. 20 runs. Will these two add 20 runs in the remaining 3 overs? That's the big question. Paul Baum to bowl the next over. A dismissal for no runs in his previous over. Paul Baum.
If they get to triple figures, that psychological edge of posting a total in excess of 100 in a final might give South Africa the confidence they need to defend this. And imagine what that would mean, Laksisi. That would mean 71 odd runs in just the final 2 skins. A tale of 2 halves for South Africa. Will Cass has to be supported by Henny Theron. Scored 69 runs in the tournament prior to this game.
And another interesting stat, Viren, no team in this over 55s category has scored over 100 against Australia. Now, just imagine how much of an impact that would have, conceding 100 runs, and that also in the finals for the first time in the tournament.
And I don't think Australia have had much chasing pressure. And that will be a new dimension. And one more thing I want to mention, Laksisi. This third ball scenario was negotiated thanks to that extra. In that third pair, there was not a single third ball scenario in those 4 overs.
Exactly, that's how good they have been, Bradshaw and Bosman. Bosman especially. And that's a dismissal.
There's a review. I thought he was well short, so maybe he feels that the keeper didn't gather the ball before dislodging the bails. A review being taken by South Africa. The last review was successful. Let's see this. No, that was a direct hit. That seemed quite straightforward. Well short of his mark.
Final ball.
Yeah, and that's been given. South Africa have 1 review left.
2 dismissals already, and that's another one. The third one follows.
And this is what they could ill afford, Laksisi, to undo all the hard work of Bosman and Bradshaw. And when you have your skipper out there, Will Cass, you'd like to feel that he sees the initiative and bat responsibly.
You're talking about the fact that no team has scored 100 in this tournament against Australia, and that will continue to be the track record for them from the look of things. 26 in 2 overs, not going to be easy for them. Maybe 85, maybe 90. Let's see what they can do in the remaining 2 overs. Darcy Holzberger, one of the highest wicket takers of the tournament, 12 wickets for him. Plays it away, and that's another one.
And this is the difference, Laksisi, in terms of technique. You've got to play it with conviction. You can't half-heartedly play down and up on the leg side, because it gives the fielder ample time to adjust himself and have a shy at the stumps. -8 on the board for the skin. This is not what South Africa needed after a brilliant third skin.
They won 77 at the start of this skin. Now they're reduced back to 69. Get out of the red zone.
And given the pressure at stake, that 48 might have been the skin of the entire tournament. And that being undone now is just a shame.
Ball is changing sides. Thank you.
And to be honest, that really could have been the best skin of the whole tournament. I mean, as a whole, from all these categories, that was absolute class from Bosman and Bradshaw.
2 runs.
And I'll be honest, Laxmi, I've seen many skins in this tournament where there has been one batter doing well. But that was the first skin where both batters knew exactly what their roles were and executed it to perfection.
Wide leg
Bradshaw
side.
going for the down and ups, getting those twos. Bosman trying to get the fours, trying to get the threes. So some extra runs being given away here. So getting close to that 0. Need to get out of the red zone in this over and maybe try to get 8 runs at least in that last over. Oh, they're on this time.
Final ball.
They're on. He gets a 4. They needed that, South Africa. Let's see whether that once again shifted the momentum towards them, whether the pendulum will swing back to South Africa thanks to that. Exactly what they really should have been doing in the skin.
And now they're batting sensibly. Is it a case of it being a tad too late? We'll have to see. But now they've got to focus entirely on this final over. Try and get double digits. Push that target towards 90. And it's crazy to think that more than half of South Africa's runs have come from just one skin. A missed opportunity for South Africa to really post a daunting total.
Get to 90. I think that will be the task at hand for these two. The skipper, William Kaz and Henny Theron. The first delivery of the last over and almost another one, but Henry Theron manages to get back. William Kaz, he hit it well, but straight towards the hands of Brett Williams, the Australian deputy.
And Australia entrusts Reynolds, who's been prolific with the ball throughout the tournament, to bowl the final over. Good batting by skipper Will Cass. He wants to look to get to the positives in terms of his contribution. Currently at -2. Henny Theron on 7.
4 deliveries to go.
There's a gap on the offside here at the back that he could potentially target. But this is brilliant bowling by Gavin Reynolds. Deserves to have something in the wickets column. But I know if you're a South African fan, you wouldn't agree with me.
Gavin Reynolds conceded 13 runs, if I'm not wrong, in that first over, where Bosman and Bradshaw batted absolutely well, and almost another one. That's another dot delivery.
Once again, he closed the phase of the bat there, and I don't know why he opted to do that, because there's cover, the back stump. I wonder whether we are still live, and if we are, there'll be a short stoppage in play. We'll be back with you once the coverage resumes.
Awesome. Fielders ready, please. Batters ready. Batters, it's third ball. Third ball batters. Oh my goodness. Perfect. Batters ready, please. Thank you. Third ball batters. Third ball. Play. One run.
And we're back live. There was a short stoppage in play for the final delivery of the South African innings.
To wide leg side. Final ball.
A wayward one down the leg side for Gavin, an uncharacteristically wayward one. What can Wilcas do off the final delivery? 85 on the board for South Africa. Looking to capitalise on that misfield, and they do so. Damage control being done. 3 runs added to the total, and they end on 88. And that third skin will go down in the archives. Anton Bosman and Craig Bradshaw, absolutely outstanding skin that resulted in 48 runs being added to the total. They went at 12 runs per over with no blemishes. The final pair were in the red zone for a while, but they finally end up with a positive contribution of 11, taking the team total to 88, which is the highest score against Australia in this tournament. Haritha, over to you.
Thank you very much. Just getting back into it, as far as the batting is concerned for South Africa, Reza hopped at the top of the order in the first skin, made 11. They made 20 in that first skin. The second went for 9. And the 48-run third skin between Anton Bosman 30 and Craig Bradshaw 18 was a revealing aspect. And the last skin, somehow they managed 11 with a lot of huff and puff. As far as the bowling is concerned, Paul 3 for -6 and Trevor 2 for 5 were the pick of the bowlers for Australia.
Thank you, Haritha. We'll be back shortly for the Australian reply.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරයි ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න
With the grand success of Club World Series 2024 in Colombo, we are now all set to host Club World Series 2025 in Dubai. Last year, we had 21 teams compete against each other, 17 men's and 4 women's. And this year, we're expecting 30 teams come from all over the world, like USA, Australia, England, New Zealand, South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and of course, our hometown UAE. a facility that gives you access to a 46,000 square feet center, which includes multiple side nets for practice sessions and innovations to improve your game experience like a speed gun, multi-camera angles and customized broadcasting. UPro Dubai is set to host the Club World Series 3rd edition from the 7th of April to the 12th of April 2025. So make sure you're part of this excitement.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉංගත මම වාසුදේව.
නානයක්කාරද? ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
හනික වරල්ලා. ආති අන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ.
ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
Thank you. Blame your keeper.
Welcome back to you, Pro Colombo, for the Australian reply in this men's over 55s grand final. South Africa will feel they've posted a challenging total. This is a stellar champion outfit in the Aussies. But South Africa have done what they needed to do. But they need to control the controllables. They can't afford to have sloppy misfields like that, allowing Australia to get 5 that trickled away to the rear net. 5 bonus runs there for Australia. That was sloppy on the part of the backstopper. The backstamper Bosman. Yes, he was prolific with the bat, but he has to chip in and help his bowlers out on the field as well, on the court rather, as a backstamper. Reza Haupt running in for South Africa.
1 run.
Sensible batting. Just keep the scorecard ticking. The Aussie batters are Michael Gurkha and Paul Baum. Very well bowled by Reza. South Africans in good spirits on the court. Well played down and up by Gurkha to get his innings underway. A very good start by the Aussies. 8 with a delivery to go off the first over.
It's a wide leg side.
And a leg side to end it. So they registered double digits in that opening over. Just the start they wanted.
Play.
Warren Kanamea operating now. He needs to regain the initiative for South Africa. A tight over, potentially with a dismissal here. Will bring them right back in the mix.
For the record, Rees and Warren were the first pair for South Africa when they were batting. So they are the first two bowlers also.
Warren Kanamea. 2 deliveries to go in his second over. Bit of hesitation there. And a third ball scenario. Huge for South Africa to peg Australia back.
Kanamaya, will he be able to get this first dismissal? Tried his best in the front court. Tap back to the keeper, but he was well inside. So a good start for Australia. 14 runs in the first 2 overs. Michael Goic and Paul Baum, 74 and 75 runs respectively coming into this final for both of them in this tournament. And Stanton Coyne, 5 wickets for him. Oh, that's a good start. A Yorker straight away by Cohen.
And what seems to be interesting here, Laksasi, is South Africa seems to be bowling with the similar order to what they used when batting. Stanton Cohen was in that second skin. So they opened their first 2 overs by the opening pair, and Stanton Cohen in here next. So in chronological order with both bat and ball in the opening 3 overs. Brilliant running between wickets by Gurkha and Paul Baum. Stanton Cohen negotiating that safely.
So we're going to chase this down. They just need around 23 runs per skin. That's the average number that they need. They have already scored 20 with those 2, and 8 deliveries to go. 7 deliveries rather. South Africa, dismissals. That's the name of the game for them in this skin. A dismissal before this ends. Good fielding. That's
very good fielding there by Craig Bradshaw. Did the hard yards with the bat and now supporting his bowlers with the ball.
Fielders ready.
And to bowl the final over of the skin. Seems to be the skipper, Will Cass.
Play.
Came into bat for the final skin.
Third ball, batters.
Good first delivery.
Third ball.
We have a third ball scenario. Can South Africa capitalize here? Very well played by Gurkha. They don't succumb to pressure, do the Aussies. They thrive off it. As Laxisi was saying, just over 22 would be the average per skin required to win the game. And Australia well on course to achieving that here in this first skin, with 3 deliveries left. And another third ball scenario. Pressure being applied now by South Africa. But it's well and good creating third ball scenarios, but they have to capitalize now.
Last deliveries. Oh, well played. Very well played by Paul Bohm.
They've dealt with all the third ball scenarios with ease. And they've gotten to that 23-run mark. 23 would be just about even Stevens' first skin. Will they look to build a small buffer for the next pair? Nope. And at the end of the first skin, 23 on the board for Australia, an unblemished skin. And you'd say it's just about even Stevens with 3 skins to go. All to play for here.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever you...
And that's a brilliant run out executed there by Bosman. And that was a huge swing, Laxisi, because played it to the rear end, played it onto the rear net, as you can see from here, from this angle. There would have been 7 runs, but -5 being orchestrated, so 12 run swing off that delivery. Could this be the initiative South Africa needed? Now they're ahead of the 8 ball here. It's just about slight favourites now. Denzel Williams runs in. Brilliant fielding. Fantastic execution of their plans here by South Africa. And you can see the energy, the vibe around the court. They know they're right in it now.
A great start in this second skin for South Africa. Almost another one. Directed would have been really, really close. We're in.
And that would have made it South Africa were firm favourites at that point.
So Australia, they could only get that number we talked about, 23. Exactly that in that first skin. So nothing extra in that first skin. I mean, a lot had to do with that brilliant last over the South African skipper bowled. That's not a good delivery. Can't give away freebies like that. Short deliveries where the batters will thrive on and play those down and ups easily.
Yeah. And as you said, Laxisi, 22.25 needed per skin, because so it was even Stevens at the end.
Final ball.
Denzel Williams looking to finish the over well. It's been a decent over thus far with that dismissal.
Oh, loose delivery. Williams. Was a good start to the skin, but unfortunately just didn't follow up that great start which they received in this skin. 4 runs off that over. and Anton Bosman introduced him to the attack. He did the job with the bat. Will he be able to do the job with the ball in hand? That's the big question. 7 wickets for him in this tournament.
The man, the myth, the legend, Anton Bosman into the attack. Orchestrated the run out. Scored 30 runs in the third skin. Can Bosman do it in all three facets of the game? A miss shy at the stumps. That would have been out had he hit. South Africa have to capitalize on these half chances as well. His skins partner, Craig Bradshaw, doing the fielding. And that's brilliantly taken by Kennemire. And Bosman, who did it with the bat, did it with the fielding on the court, and now strikes with the ball.
That was a nothing shot actually. Viren really could have put it away to anywhere on the court. Not the best of deliveries that Bosman would bowl, but from the look of things, this is his match. Let's see whether he can turn that into a favourable result for his country.
And if so, it will be one of the greatest individual performances I've seen in Indo cricket. Asserting his authority of proceedings in all three facets of the game. South Africa will feel they are the favourites now. You can never write Australia off, especially in knockout cricket. But at the end of that second skin in their batting, Laksasi, if you told South Africa they'd be in this position now, they'd have taken it 100% of the instances. Bosman continuing to operate, brilliantly bowled, deceived by the flight, narrowly missing the leg stump.
And I think it was a missed stumping opportunity as well, Viren. Stanton Cohen.
South Africa believe. South Africa firmly believe, Laksasi, this could go their way, and that would be a huge result against this unbeaten Australia 55 side, who came into this game and tournament as firm favourites. Tehran, they're unable to stop it from hitting the side net. 4 runs added to the total. A tad short there by Bosman. Easily dealt with by the Aussies. 8 runs midway through the second skin.
So 2 dismissals in the first 2 overs of this skin. Both the overs, 1 dismissal, 4 runs. South Africa, they won't mind these 4-run overs. And looks like it's going to be Henny Tehran to bowl the third over of this second skin.
Batters ready, please. Play.
Short and another missed opportunity there. Stanton needs to be on the mark behind the stumps.
Well, they need to make sure that they convert these half chances, Viren. In a crunch game like this, it's those half chances which will make a huge difference. Once again, another close opportunity.
I don't want to be overly critical, but Cohen could have gotten to that as well. Wayward. Can ill afford that. Can hen it around. Reminds me of his namesake. Rusty Theron had a prolific T20 career. Played franchise cricket around the world. Played with Sangakkar and Mahela at Kings 11 Punjab as well.
I think played some games for USA as well in the T20 format. Actually, we were expecting to see him in that T20 World Cup squad, but missed out due to poor form.
2 runs. Final ball.
And how can you crack into that US side when you have an Oracle engineer in Netravalka? The brilliant atmosphere here in Court 4. You can see the South African contingent rallying around their troop. A direct hit there would have also been a close. So if you're joining us from South Africa, we have over 300 viewers on YouTube. From Joburg, Pretoria, Cape Town, Durban. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Your side has a chance here of pulling something off against Australia. 51 needed with 9 overs to go. Even Stevens in my books, Laxisi.
This over is really, really important. We ran Craig Bradshaw. Bosman, he managed to turn that momentum he created while batting into his bowling too, taking that dismissal. Can Bradshaw do the same? Can he provide South Africa with a dismissal here? Oh, that's bowling! The third dismissal off the skin. Bradshaw joining Bosman and getting that dismissal.
Who said that you need even contributions in a winning cause? You just yield the floor to Trevor Bradshaw and Bosman and they'll do the rest.
3 dismissals in this skin.
What's wrong with it?
And South Africans probably having an issue with the playing ball.
They asked for a timeout, but the timer keeps running down.
Take it to Watto and see what he thinks.
The timer keeps running down and I don't think the South Africans have realized it.
Cool, fielder's ready.
They lost around a good 90 to 120 seconds, I believe. And just after dismissal, in a game like this, the momentum factor plays a huge part. Oh, a direct hit would have been close.
Hit it around there. Anticipated the rebound well, gathered it well, but couldn't execute the run out. Will these half chances prove to be costly come the end of the game?
Oh, good. Oh, thought about stealing a single there, Trevor.
2 reviews they could utilize. But Cohen records made his ground comfortably. So opts against using it.
Direct hit would have been really close there.
A leading edge.
Third ball created. Bradshaw with a brilliant over here to end the second skin. Two runs added.
Final ball.
Final ball off the skin.
And Australia behind the 8 ball now. They'll need 52 of the final 2 pairs and they'll need to go at 26 per pair. But this will help. This will help. They'll ask for it to be rebowled. Anton Bradshaw needs to complete the over well.
Dot delivery to finish. 1 for 1. Bradshaw, the terrific over. 16. Brett Williams and Trevor Hart. That's all they could score. 3 dismissals. And at the moment, if we had a win predictor, we can say South Africa 60, Australia 40 maybe.
Yep. But you'll never ride off the Aussies. 50 needed of the final 2 skins.
Everyone, now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Cocopalooza on POTV.
Play.
Unlike Australia, who bowled 7 and then had a change, they brought Reynolds into the third skin. South Africa have given each of their players an over in the first 2 skins.
Haritha crunching the numbers and stats for us in the com box. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, that was a good delivery and a clean take. Would have been another dismissal.
Fourth missed attempt there by Stanton Cohen behind the stumps.
This final is getting intense, Viren. We can feel it even from the commentary box. It's getting really intense.
This is what you want in a final, Laxasi. You want it to be a nail biter.
And the plate finals that happened here, we didn't get that. Both the games were one-sided encounters. But this one, the first grand final on court number 4, the over 55s.
The best in the world going up against each other and narrowly missing the off stump there. Questionable shot selection on the part of Darcy.
On another day, that would have shattered the off stump.
Darcy Holzberger, 92 runs in the tournament, alongside Barry Morrison with 106. Both batters stranded at the same end. He took a lot of time to release that, did Stanton Cohen. And they've taken the review. Have they opted to take the review? Nope. I think they've turned it down. Denzel Williams takes the gloves behind the stumps. Stanton Cohen, the wicket keeper, comes in for his second over. None for 6 off his first over.
Good running by Barry Morrison. Darcy Holzberger. Good running from the duo. They know they need to just insert little pressure on the South Africans now. Oh.
And now it becomes the question of how much would they like to leave their final pair to get, right? Something in the realms of 20 to 25 would give Australia the ascendancy in my books.
South Africa, I think they'll want to have something around 30, 25, 30, as you mentioned. But if they can get this down to maybe 20, if possible, at the end of this skin, that will certainly give Australia a lot of hope going into that last skin.
And they have their main bowlers. Will Cass still has one to go. Bosman has one. Bradshaw has one. Will Cass with 13 wickets in this tournament up until this juncture. Bradshaw with 9. Bosman with 7. So they have a backload of their good bowlers as well, do South Africa. With 2 overs to go in this skin, Australia now need 39 of the remaining 6 overs. They need to go at over a run a ball. Henry Theron in for his second over.
Wide leg side.
Down the leg side. None for 7 off his first over. Fantastic batting by Barry Morrison, the skipper.
10 deliveries to go in this skin. Oh, very well played.
Very steady batting by this pair, doing what's needed, keeping the scorecard ticking. 33 needed for Australia now.
And that's out. The dismissal they were looking for in that third skin, Viren.
Stanton Cohen is able to gather it on this occasion. And South Africa back to being favourites now, Laksasi.
38 more to get. Still 8 deliveries to go in this skin. These two, if they have 12, they can get that required number below 30 for that last skin.
And I need to credit Haupt there for South Africa, the number 9. Instead of latching on to it, he parried it to the keeper, and that those milliseconds proving to be costly for Australia. The review unsuccessful for Australia. Australia have 1 review left in the tank.
Final ball.
You can see a lot of messaging from the South African think tank out to the players. They really believe they have Australia under their skin now. They realize that they have the game right now. The game's in their hands. They can throw this away. Oh, 35 needed of the final 5 overs. They need to go at 7 per over now, Australia. Yes, it can be easily done, but 1 or 2 dismissals, and those are huge setbacks. I'm going to make a bold prediction now, Laksasi. A double wicket over now for the remainder of the game, and that will be the curtains for Australia. those setbacks, those -5s, which result in -10 with a double setback, can prove to be costly. And Bradshaw, one of the heroes with the bat, comes on for his second over. Very well bowled.
Fire deliveries to go. Bradshaw bowled the last over of the previous skin. Now bowling the last over of this skin.
This is the picture. Bosman and Bradshaw together, 8 and 16.
A dot delivery. Oh, well played by Darcy Holzberger.
You can see Australia retaining their composure. They are not getting phased by the situation. I'm getting overly excited in the com box, but the Aussies remaining composed.
Oh, good effort by Kanama. Getting his foot on the way, making sure they don't find the back net. Just 1 run, just 3 runs rather.
Missed opportunity there by Barry Morrison.
Now this is a good end to this skin. There's 26 runs away, last delivery.
Huge delivery in the context of this game. Bradshaw comes in. Very well bowled. Good over for Bradshaw. Laxisi, we are in for an absolute cracker here. Australia would need their most lucrative skin to take the game. And coming into bat for Australia are Reynolds and Tomarini. Reynolds with 115 runs and Tomarini with 73 runs in the comp.
It'll be interesting to see when they decide to bowl that second over of Anton Bosman, Viren.
We've all joined the Bosman fan club, haven't we? Laxisi. Another AB, Anton Bosman. AB delivering for South Africa with his all-round prowess. If only AB de Villiers could bowl. So Anton Bosman has one-upped him.
Denzel Williams. Oh, appealing. But Hop doing really well. Realizing that he had to go for the non-strikers end. Not to begin this skin. Can't afford to give away the free runs.
Loose delivery there by Williams. They know exactly what to do. Brilliant stroke play by Reynolds. South Africa will feel they need to clinch. They need a dismissal now. And having Australia, this pair, to settle in quite nicely early on. They've found a good groove. You can see that. The two of them seem to have found a groove. They know exactly what to do. They've been in this situation on many occasions in knockout games, Australia. They'll be unfazed by this pressure.
Reynolds using all his experience, that little depth towards the leg side, getting the runs easily. 8 runs of that first over of the last skin. 18 to get.
If I'm South Africa now, I'm bringing Will Cass on, the skipper, or the main man, Anton Bosman. Can't afford to let Australia have another over like this. Huge over in the context of the game. But
It's
no.
going to be Reza Hoped.
It's going to be Reza Hoped. 9 wickets in the campaign thus far before this game. But an expensive first over. Went for 10. I wonder whether South Africa have missed a trick here. This will be a crucial over in this game. What do I know? What do I know about Reza Laxisi? What a brilliant delivery. Cover the Reza. An inside edge onto the off stump. And South Africa right back with the initiative.
And Reynolds, he's trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, I think that's out. Really.
I think he was wondering whether Cohen dislodged the bails.
So, another twist in this over 55's final. They needed 18 now. Oh, Reynolds trying to go big. One run, just making sure it didn't hit the side net.
Fantastic one. Near opportunity there.
Great over by Reza Hoped. 3 deliveries to go.
South Africa with Hoped taking it to the Aussies now. Sensible batting. This is top class cricket, Laxisi. Regardless of this game, we've been treated to some fine play by both sides, worthy of a grand final.
Exactly, the most senior statesman in this tournament, producing a final to remember here at UPro Colombo.
Your form, fitness might be temporary, but your class is permanent, and these over 55 masters and legends are proving themselves here. If you think about it,
great piece of fielding in the front court there. That was Denzel Williams. Great effort. Prevented them from going for the run. 19 in the last 2.
And if you think about it, Laxisi, all these players, all 16 of them out there, are maybe 15-20 years past their prime, but they've put on an absolutely rollicking display here. This is something for both Australians and South Africans to be proud of.
And when in this last game, the South Africans, they're just jumping around everywhere. They have, just in that last over, they prevented 4 runs, made sure the Australians only got that single which they ran, made sure they didn't, the ball didn't hit the side net, made sure that fielder in the front court, the close-in fielder, Denzel Williams, made sure they didn't even get a run.
And here comes the legend, Anton Bosman. Single-handedly scored 30 runs in that third skin. Picked up a wicket in his first over.
Good start, Reynolds with a good start.
And I'll tell you right now, it won't be easy to take Bosman down. So these twos are crucial in this over. One more wicket now, Laxis, and I think South Africa will feel they have one hand on the trophy.
Oh, that's good. Great delivery.
Nearly cut him in half there.
"17 from 10. That's the equation. That's good, that's good. 3 runs added.
14 off 9. South Africa realized they need a wicket.
Bosman, can he provide South Africa with that dismissal? Or will Australia see off this over? Oh, that's good, that's good! The non-strike almost backed up too much.
That's brilliant bowling. He missed the leg stump by a whisker and now missed the off stump by a whisker. Fantastic bowling by Bosman. 14 needed of 8.
Oh, close, close.
Final ball.
Last ball coming up.
And I hope Williams hasn't done much damage to himself. He's put in the dive there.
Now this is the tricky part, Viren. Now earlier we mentioned how the clock was not stopped when they were trying to get the playing ball changed. Now they are in overtime and they have not started that last over yet.
Spirit of play, spirit of play. There was a 2-minute delay. The umpire didn't stop the timer. Surely just let the game go run its natural course. That was a close one. Very, very close one again. And fair play to the umpire, letting the game continue without the penalty. That would have been a huge anticlimax if the penalty was imposed.
Ten runs. The South African skipper Wilkers. 13 wickets in the tournament. If you can get a 14th here, that will most probably be the game.
And it will most probably be the most memorable wicket he's had in indoor cricket against the Australians, against the 55s, an unbeaten side. This is your moment to shine, Will Cass. The whole of South Africa are behind you.
Just one run. He didn't let it hit the side net. I think that was Henny Theron, the fielder.
9 of 5. Will Cass. As Kumar Sangakkar famously said, Sean Pollock, the weight of a nation on your shoulders, Will Cass.
So 2 singles to begin the over. 8 to get off 4 deliveries. Wilkers bowling to Stefan Tomarini. Oh, that's a loose delivery from the skipper.
Could ill afford that at this juncture. 6 needed of 4. The game, Australia might feel they have an opening again.
Have to re-bowl that 6 from 4.
Fantastic batting. Oh, this is cricket at its very best. Indoor cricket at its very best here at UPro Colombo.
5 of 3. Wilkers. A dismissal. South Africa need that. Australia.
No, Wilkers, no. That's a wide. And now Australia will feel their firm favourites. 3 needed of 3. South Africa need a breakthrough. Wilkers.
Three of 3. Oh,
and capitalising on that overthrow. This is what champion sides do, Laksisi. You might think they're out of it, but they remain in contention and capitalise. Even Stevens now. South Africa need a dismissal. Will Cass, the leading wicket taker for South Africa coming into this game. The skipper needs to deliver.
and that's out. That's the dismissal. The tap back. Direct hit.
Bradshaw. Remember the name Craig Bradshaw. Had he gathered it, that would have been the Australian batter in. But he parried it onto the stumps. Bradshaw, I've told you this. All you need is our man AB and Bradshaw.
A 5. They need a 5 to tie the game.
That was one of the most clutch parries of all time. Oh, Laxisi, we've been treated to an absolute. This has been an absolute worldie of a game.
But still, Australia still with a chance.
Australia looking for the rear net. Australia looking for the rear net. There's no point of having close-in fielders now. South Africa, I hope you're watching. Your team is on the cusp of winning the Masters World Series.
Wilkas bowling to Stefan Tomarini.
And umbrella feel like the slip coordinate loads.
The last delivery. 6 to get, 5 to tie. And he hits it. And he prevents it from hitting the back net. South Africa, the over 55s champions. Yes, it is. South Africa, they beat Australia by the barest of margins. What a final we were treated in for. What a climax. William Carse, the skipper, almost looked like with those extra runs he gave away, the match went into Australia's hands. But Craig Bradshaw, that little pat back in, that did the trick. That's exactly what they needed. And he's the hero once again.
Craig Bradshaw and Anton Bosman, remember the names. South Africa clinching the over 55 Masters World Series against an unbeaten Australian outfit. A heavily fancied Australian side coming into the final. And they've done it. And I'll yield the floor to Haritha with the stats.
Thank you. What a game. 6 bowlers picked up a wicket each for South Africa. And in that last skin, Stefan Tomarini 19 out of 22. Before that, Barry Morrison 16 out of 24 in the third skin. Trevor Hart had 16 into the second skin where Brett Williams did not contribute. But that opening skin, Michael Goek 13 and Paul Baum 10 made 23. Never mind all that. I think it would carry around Anton Bosman 30 runs and 1 wicket. And Craig Bradshaw 18 runs. He held up 2 runouts, picked up 1 wicket at crucial stages. And that is the story of the over 55 men's final in the Masters World Series 2024 here on Court 4, UPro Austrasia. So Viren and Laksasi, thank you very much. You let me give you statistics. This sort of thing has never been seen in Sri Lanka Indo Cricket live streaming. So thank you very much for the opportunity. UPro, we give you all the best.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move, for a festive family meal, to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber Connection එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos, riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race. Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොවට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතෑරම්බා. A win-win situation, my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලෙට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ දෙවුලන්නේ. තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැයට කෑම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tripped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennox Town. It's the Hazen. Got Kirky Orenson who will stroll in.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට ඇතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකටු කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයක් නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි දීපා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගියා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
හිතට දැනෙන මූවීස් ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. රිවයින්ඩ් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pio TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
පිළිසුළු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින්.
එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pio TV, the best on demand entertainment.
India is set to become the next powerhouse of sports. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, 317.8 million people play at least one outdoor sport actively in their life. Our aim is to make sport more accessible across the country. Presenting UPro's Vision 2030. 500 indoor cricket and multi-purpose courts, 750 badminton courts, 500 pickleball courts, 100 basketball courts and more will be developed across India this decade. Indoor cricket will be the center of this plan, as cricket is India's most popular sport. The country is set to be captivated with this quick and exciting format of the game. With UPro's global footprint, indoor cricket in India will witness a surge in numbers, thereby helping the game get the much-deserved attention. To bring to life this vision, the three forms of investment models being worked on include private equity, public-private partnerships, and franchise models. This incredible journey starts with the opening of our first purpose-built indoor sports center in Surat, Gujarat. Spread across 26,000 square feet, UPro Surat will house 3 indoor cricket courts, 1 multi-purpose court for basketball, volleyball, and badminton, 2 pickleball courts, 1 cricket machine lane, and a sports shop complete the ground floor plan. The mezzanine will house a cafe, games area, and dedicated areas for yoga, spa, and other services. UPro, world's leading indoor cricket brand.
ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරයි ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු fiber elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
With the grand success of Club World Series 2024 in Colombo, we are now all set to host Club World Series 2025 in Dubai. Last year, we had 21 teams compete against each other, 17 men's and 4 women's. And this year, we're expecting 30 teams come from all over the world, like USA, Australia, England, New Zealand, South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and of course, our hometown UAE. A facility that gives you access to a 46,000 square feet center, which includes multiple side nets for practice sessions and innovations to improve your game experience like a speed gun, multi-camera angles, and customized broadcasting. UPro Dubai is set to host the Club World Series 3rd edition from the 7th of April to the 12th of April 2025. So make sure you're part of this excitement.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving.
cross-stream with the national anthem. Best of luck, gentlemen. Please shake hands and let the best team win.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව.
නානයක්කාරද ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝටා ඩගීගේ කතාව
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකඩිල්ල
හනික වරල්ලා ආති අන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Mommy, mommy, pretty please, will you tell me this? What is it that's on my face? Hello everyone! Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on POTV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT මොබිටෙල් ෆයිබර් කනෙක්ෂන් එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. ෆයිබර් එලිට් රිවෝඩ්ස් දිනා ගන්න.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos? Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race? Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොවට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතරම්බා ඒ win-win situation my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලේට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ දෙවුලන්නේ.
Play ball.
Welcome back to UPro Colombo for the third game of the day. It's the 45s grand final. New Zealand batting first against Australia, joined by Laksasi and Paul in the combox. Paul, how are the Kiwis feeling ahead of this big final?
It's good to have a number. It's good to have a number of sides in the finals. The over 50s beaten in the first one, but big hopes for this 45. So we've still got a 35s ladies to go. So New Zealand will be looking at this optimistically, I imagine. Collins. So I can't see anything. There's no screen. There's a guy in the window, so I can't see anything at all. But Nigel Collins will be opening the batting, a former New Zealand men's player, and Chris Priest, the Wellingtonian. experienced pair here trying to get New Zealand away. We are going to see a clash of style here. New Zealand will be prepared to drive the ball, hit the ball in the back. The Australians hit the ball all in the half the batters are feeling in. So New Zealand will know this, right, that if they can bat well and then get some early wickets, they'll force the Australians to change that pattern, to be more aggressive. If they don't, Australia just play their game plan and grind them out of the game. So what New Zealand scores here is really important to the outcome of this game. I don't think New Zealand can get Aussie out for a small score because they're too consistent. I don't think Aussie can chase a big score because they're too consistent.
Last ball.
Yes, point. Comes down to the start. New Zealand would want to build a stable foundation early on. The bowler for Australia, Jason Battler. Last delivery of the first over. That was an opportunity for Australia. The non-striker was stranded midway through. They failed to capitalise. And at the end of the first over, it's 8 on the board. Paul, I was on there with you yesterday. You said a score in the region of the early 80s is competitive in a final. Would the same apply today, or do you think, considering the fact that it's up against Australia, do you think they'd be targeting the triple figures?
Oh no, I think 75-80 will win here. Again, either side batting first. I think 75-80 is hard to chase, particularly with DRS in play, where you can review decisions. You get extra outs from being able to do that. Things that are given night out, you often have reverse on DRS. It favours the fielding side. So I would think 80, I would, you can still lose with any score, but I think 80 is enough, personally, if you bowl and field well. Will Conway bowling. Interesting roles here. Nigel Collins traditionally at home. Bats in third and fourth partnerships, and he hits it. So this side feels that their premier batsman from the point of view of indoor cricket needs to get them a start and curb his hitting game, which is an interesting decision. Coach Sonny Chan often assisted. He's won multiple events as Paul Anderson's assistant. First time he's out on his own. Good, brave decision to start with for mine. Well bowled, inside the end of the leg from Priest.
Third ball, batters, third ball.
Positive from the New Zealanders, third ball. 2 overs in, Australia looking for their first wicket. They'll want to convert this.
Third ball.
Hits the leg into the corner, they walk through.
Last ball.
You can get a bit edgy in the final if you don't get a wicket. You start wondering where it's coming from. If New Zealand get through this ball, Australia will start just thinking, we just need a wicket. We haven't got one. Where's our first wicket coming from? It just builds a little bit of pressure on you.
Over bowled.
At the end of the second over, 13 on the board for the Kiwis without a blemish. It's a good start. Coming to bowl is Kamal Kuruppu. Sri Lankan origin. Plying his trade now in Australia.
Play ball.
A missed opportunity there. Kamal could have struck off his first delivery.
Third ball, batters, third ball. Third ball, batters. Third ball.
So far so good from New Zealand in the over 45s final. Nigel Collins and Chris Priest. Chris Priest 148 runs with the bat coming into this final. Nigel Collins 106. Chris Priest has been a heavy contributor for New Zealand. 71 runs he has contributed with 9 wickets. And Nigel Collins, he has also contributed well, 60 runs. He has taken 12 wickets to go with the 106 runs he has scored. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery from Brendan Kurupu. Kamal Kurupu rather.
Kamal Kurupu, that was an in-swinger. Oh, brilliantly. Has a bit of pace about him. Very well played. Sensible batting, Paul.
Yeah, nice solid start from New Zealand. I think there's still been a little bit of intent. They haven't managed to get one through yet, but generally I think Australia will bowl fuller here, and that'll suit New Zealand. They'll bowl full to stop the bounce shot, but I think this New Zealand side was quite happy to drive the ball. Like that. Doesn't get it through, dot. And what Australia has done here is just started to dry up the runs. Dots and ones, lots of dots and ones for New Zealand. Had a couple of third ball opportunities.
Backside.
Wide on the third. End of the over. And New Zealand on 20 after 3.
Final over of the skin coming up. Nigel Collins on 9 and Chris Priest on 11. A stable foundation being laid by this opening pair.
Number. Thank you. Label, please.
Todd Burakovsky into the attack for Australia.
2.
Lovely down and up on the leg side. Australia would feel they need a dismissal to break this momentum. And a fantastic shot there by Nigel Collins, just as you ordered, Paul.
Yeah, look, again, Australia looking to bowl full to stop the bounce, and New Zealand not particularly interested in bouncing the ball. They are going to try and drive the ball, and I think this will probably decide the game. The wickets on the lines and in the back half from Australia will be really important. Can they stop New Zealand from heading through? I said earlier, it's a very different way to the way I think Australia will bat. They'll hit the ball in the other half a lot. New Zealand trying to hit in the back half a lot, and we'll see a clash of styles. And if New Zealand get a big score, that'll be very hard for Australia to chase, as always, but play with their style. Priest, 3 balls to go, 160 runs in the tournament. Would love another couple here.
Third ball, batters, third ball.
Another third ball opportunity.
Third ball, batters.
Australia without a wicket. Nearly the end of the first partnership. They'll be desperate for one. Priest.
Third ball.
Burakovsky will go across Priest. Priest got to get bat on it for New Zealand. Off cutter. Chance goes down again. Half chance, half chance. Oh, I feel for these Aussies. It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating. I don't often feel for Aussies in the cricket, but it's so frustrating. Half a chance here, half a chance there. Nigel Collins faces the last. I'm pretty sure Conway drops back on the line. I think it's a good decision. I don't think Nigel Collins is looking at this for 2. Does though. It's well bowled.
2.
Bowled top of the leg.
Over ball.
31 for New Zealand, and we're going to break.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලට ටකරන් සීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ දෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැට කෑම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඕකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ අන්තිමට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
94. Play ball. Three.
Yep. 3 runs off the first delivery. A brilliant start for the Kiwis in this second skin. Russell Swindles and Nathan Daly at the crease.
Daly only scored 100 runs in the tournament, 108. But for mine, they're still the premier batsman on this side and certainly in charge tactically. Stretching a calf. Swindell's facing up. Bowling for Australia.
A good delivery.
Jason Batchelor.
Third ball, batters, third ball.
Turned around the corner, no run. New Zealand on third. Australia still looking for this first wicket. And they will want it now.
They'll want to capitalise on this third ball opportunity. They've had a frustrating start to this game, have the Aussies.
Yeah, they haven't done much wrong. They've bowled quite well. Just things have gone very close. Oh, they'll be disappointed with that. Third ball, leg side wide. Daly comes through. Keeper doesn't get a hand on it. Mind you, to be fair, I think the keeper must be bowling because right now the keeper is Brenton Bryan. I don't think that's his position. Brenton, the Australian men's coach, veteran Masters national title winner, international title winner, but I don't think he's a wicket keeper.
Last delivery left of the 5th over.
Daly hits it through for 5, and New Zealand are halfway to the 80% they needed. End of the 5th, New Zealand on 43.
So Nathan Daly, the skipper for New Zealand, he has scored 108 runs in this tournament with Renan Paul, and he has taken a lot of wickets as well, but unfortunately has conceded a lot of runs at the same time, so that's why his contribution is just 28. But I'm excited to see Tony Harrington coming out to bat. Such an animated character he is in this side in the over 45s category. He had a great game in the had a great game last evening, Paul. He had a huge part to play when New Zealand qualified for the finals.
Yeah, look, it's great to see him coming through. He's been a match winner at club level for a long time, a match winner provincially, and now having a chance for New Zealand. He's one of those players, and he's just, I think he's been missed for a little while now. Daly, that's a brilliant shot. Look, Nathan Daly, the captain of the side and the architect of much of what they do, and in control right now. When you see good bats playing straight, full face, you know they're batting really well. Now Australia getting anxious. Another half chance goes. Brendan Bryan brings himself on to bowl. Captain to captain.
And we're not even halfway through the second skin, and New Zealand well on course here to posting a mammoth total.
And this is the difference in approach. New Zealand will burn some deliveries scoring dots trying to hit it, and they'll get some through. You won't see Australia play many shots like that unless they're well behind in the chase. No. 2 to Daly, well home, I think. Can't see them referring that one. DRS does exist, but I don't think you'd burn it there.
Final delivery to go. The second over of the second skin. New Zealand well and truly ahead now. With a lot of momentum. Fantastic. Putting in the hard yards, the dive as well.
Australia, too good a team for this to go on forever, right? There were 6 overs and they haven't got a wicket. They're going to get wickets. They're going to come screaming back into this match because they're a high-quality side. But right now for New Zealand, the longer they can stretch this period without wickets, the more they can take control of this game. And that's what they've got to focus on. We've done 6 overs. Can we do 7? Can we do 8? How far can we stretch it out and stay in control?
Spoke about this yesterday as well, Paul. The need to seize the initiative, to continue to sustain the momentum when you have it. The ebbs and flows of this game are such that all you need is a double wicket over and you peg your opposition back significantly.
Yeah, look, Australia have gone to their captain in the 6th over to try and get that wicket. New Zealand have battled away and got through it. Not dominant by any means, New Zealand. Australia competing every ball. But now Australia's got to find how we're going to get that wicket. What are we going to do? Are you a player? Are you a player? No. You're a commentator?
Label.
Steven Zeller comes into ball.
Kicking the stumps. He's done this throughout the tournament. Interesting conversation around this. It's quite distracting, but there's no rule against it. So, you know, you could almost just move them to one side while he bowls, couldn't you, you know? He regularly kicks them over.
Is that a rule that they're looking into in terms of trying to
I
penalise bowlers for being too narrow at the crease?
I don't know if they are looking at it, to be honest. I think New Zealand tries to, Indo cricket tries to keep the rules as simple as they can. And really, he continues to kick it. And look, it's in the end, it's because his foot is coming in a circle sideways instead of his knee driving a target. So it's costing him a little bit of pace. Daly drives flat for 2, still gets through.
And that can cost them when they're trying to dismiss batters at the non-strikers, and like we saw now. Because if there was a shy at the non-strikers, then the back stump has a lot more work to do.
Well, look, if it's just the bails off, you've just got to hit the stumps. But if the stumps fall over, you've either got to put them back up on their base or get a stump in your hand and the ball in your hand. So it would be a problem. I'll be interested to see whether Australia have a little look at that. That looks in on the naked eye, but if it looks just on the naked eye, it's often out on replay. I wouldn't mind seeing a replay of it.
Made his round.
Made his ground.
He seems to be doing it on every delivery, Paul.
Last ball.
Yeah, he's missed it once. The again, the length. Australia bowling really full. New Zealand looking to get on the front foot and hit down the ground. It's an interesting game for mine. You know, right now, working for New Zealand, but Australia, a couple of wickets here, they'll come screaming back into it.
Two.
Daly up in the roof for 2, runs through. Partnership 24, 26.
Fantastic stuff with an over to go in this second skin. New Zealand well and truly in front now. And as you said, Paul, just lengthen this passage of play as long as possible without that first dismissal.
And the question for Australia, and I can see coach coming to the back here, and the question for Australia is, are they going to pull their length back and make it a little bit harder? Not harder, but a different way of batting. Make New Zealand hit 2s instead of hitting the back. Are they going to go to they're going to go, okay, well, we'll just get through the second skin. We'll go back to our strike bowler to start the third partnership like we normally do. We'll get some wickets, we'll create some momentum. what's their response. And there will be some discussion inside that Australian camp now about how to do this. Barsovsky, so I can't pronounce his name. Burakovsky to bowl another toad. And there's the first wicket.
Fantastic intervention there by Kurupu. Allowing Brian to dislodge the Bears. Brilliant team effort there.
Yeah, Brendan Bryan proving me wrong. He can keep going. That's a great bit of work. And New Zealand lose their first wicket. Got 5 balls in this. New Zealand 50 in the 8th. 52.
Well bowled by Burakovsky. 1 for 6. 4 deliveries to go.
Russ Swindell's back in the side after a reasonable break. I think he had a knee reconstruction, was out for quite a while. Came back out of retirement for this series. Excited to come to Sri Lanka.
Leg side.
Takes the wide, has it rebowled. Cooper's a good addition to the Australian side, isn't he? Adds a bit in the field, bowls well for them.
Russell Swindell on 8. And Nathan Daly, the skipper, on 15.
Great bit of work to save 1 in the field there. Indoor cricket teams just try and save every single run they can so they don't have to chase them down.
Strong leg side field here for Nathan Daly.
Yeah, he's going to bowl in swing at him, isn't he? Takes the inside edge and skirts over one of those fielders.
2 balls.
I think that's 3.
And they've compensated for that dismissal as well. 58 runs on the board with the delivery to go in the second skin.
New Zealand would love 2 here to get to 60 after 8. Swindell's facing. Burakovsky. Offie. Dead bat. Daly goes back. Whoa.
Over ball.
At the end of the second skin, New Zealand with just 1 blemish around 58.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකටු කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයල්ල නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි තිබ්බා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගැහුවා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
හිතට දැනෙන මූවීස් ඕන තරම්. පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්. ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. රිවයින්ඩ් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Boy, Sri Lankan TV looks good on the ads, doesn't it? If I was over here, I'd be subscribing to that thing for sure. Looks really good.
Play ball.
Craig Foster. Luke Woods.
2.
Foster, New Zealand's, with Collins, senior player as far as men's side experience. Craig Foster, New Zealand men's vice captain. Multiple tours with the New Zealand men's side. Was in the over 30 side that won, as was Nigel Collins, Masters World Series back in South Africa. So Luke Woods, the all-rounder, bowls quick, bats well. Craig Foster, the vice captain, the leg spinner, who also is in great form with the bat.
Luke Woods, he'll want to make his contribution, come out of the red zone. And just like that, Kamal Kurupu, he's the one who forced that dismissal area. And now, with a terrific take off the net, brilliantly done by Kamal Kurupu. Craig Foster the batter to be dismissed. I was talking about Luke Woods trying to get his contribution out of the red zone, no, out of the minors, because he's the only player in this final playing 8 for New Zealand where the contribution is in the red zone, Paul. And when it comes to Craig Foster, his contribution is 119 in this tournament. He has played a huge part in this campaign for New Zealand in the over 45s category.
Foster will be disappointed. You know, we said earlier that New Zealand's going to hit the full ball straight and drive, but they're not going to try and drive it halfway up the court. That's a problem here. Even if that doesn't go on the air, that's going to run you out. You've got to hit it into the back corners where Foster was aiming that. A little bit of swing from Karupu. Takes him wider than he wanted to and pushes it around and gets caught.
Plays it away and plays it away really well. So a great start to this third skin for Australia. 3 runs of it, and they also managed to get that dismissal early in the skin. 61 runs on the board. Now in that earlier game, we saw how that pressure of chasing somewhere around over 85 means in a final encounter. Australia fell short, and New Zealand, they'll want to repeat that in this over 45s category as well. Get to somewhere around 90, 100 and then put that pressure. And well, if we talk about the last 2 games between the two sides in the group stage, in the first game, New Zealand came really close. It was 80-76. They lost by just 4 runs. But in the second game, Australia were a bit dominant. They won by 21 runs. But once again, if we compare the results of Australia with the other nations, those 2 games are really close.
Look, one of the things with it as well is that scores there 80-76, 70-49. Right now, New Zealand 63 in the 10th over and looking like going well past those scores that either side scored in those clashes. And obviously, we don't know who was resting who. Australia might have been at full strength. New Zealand might have been at full strength. They might have been rotating. I didn't see at least one of those games. But Australia's certainly dominant in the grade, right? They've been the dominant side all the way through. I know talking to the New Zealand guys last night, they thought South Africa in the semi-final were a legitimate threat to beat them. You know, they thought that South African side was also a really good side. They're really pleased to get through. Umpire Cree having a chat. Something's going on in the court next door. He's asked them to calm it down.
Australia lost just 1 game in the group stage. That was against South Africa, as you mentioned, by just 3 runs, 72-75.
Umpire Brett Cree, 33 years. This is a retirement tournament. I think this will be his last game umpiring international under cricket after 33 years this game. Having an outstanding game so far as well.
Stu James, 5 runs of this over so far. Last delivery coming up. Oh, that's a loose delivery. So 2 runs given away. End of the second over of the third skin. 68 runs on the board. 10 for the second skin. Luke Woods and Craig Foster trying to rebuild after that initial dismissal in the very first over.
Yeah, now to 10 off the 12, they'll be pleased with that. Foster back to 1, Luke back to 9. They will be pleased with the progress. Hood and Harrington to come. I think Harrington's the new entertainer, isn't he? He's great to watch, isn't he?
I enjoyed his performances quite a lot yesterday as a batter, as a bowler and as a fielder. He was so good as the back stumper. He prevented at least 15 to 20 runs in both the games that he played here yesterday.
Did you see the backhand yesterday where he hits behind his legs? And he's hitting 7s doing that in New Zealand. Stand whacks the bat behind his legs, hits for 7. What that tells us is the man's got talent. You know, that talent will need to be refined a bit more by New Zealand over the next couple of years as he plays a few more nationals and other events, but the man has got talent.
It's Brenton Brand, the Australian skipper. I was about to ask this, Paul. Were any of the players in this New Zealand over 45 team play outdoor cricket for New Zealand. I mean, like in the domestic level.
Craig Foster's just made the New Zealand over 50s outdoor side, so he's touring with them. There's no other. Let me have a quick look through. I'm sure no other first-class cricketers in that group that I'm aware of. Foster plays minor association. Nathan Daly. So in New Zealand, there's club, minor association, provincial. Nathan Daly's played minor association. Nigel Collins would have played the minor association as well. None of them first-class cricketers, but they've all been. Craig Foster went past 10,000 club runs for his club this year. You know, the beloved Wainui Amata for Craig Foster. I think he manages it, runs it, sponsors it. Brendan Bryan really keen to get a wicket here. Again, always I find this a bit ironic. Australia bowling really full here to take the bounce out. New Zealand don't want to bounce the ball. New Zealand will bowl great length here to take the drive out, and Australia don't want to drive the ball. They both bowl as if they're bowling to themselves a little bit in these games. Right now, that's working in New Zealand's favour a little bit early in this game.
I have 2 caps for you. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Matt Jenkins to bowl the last over of the third skin. Talking about Matt Jenkins, 14 wickets to his name in this tournament. Contribution of 88 altogether. Has scored 100 runs with the bat as well. So a great all-round tournament for Matt Jenkins.
Yeah, I think Jenkins will be the vice captain. I'm not sure if it's on the sheet or not, but a lot of leadership experience with Australia over the years. Good player. And really, Australia goes to Bryan and Jenkins because they just need a wicket or two now.
So New Zealand continuing to build up the runs, playing the down and ups effectively. 77 runs on the board. Of Craig Foster. So good start from Matt Jenkins. Luke Woods and Craig Foster needs to make sure there are no dismissals in this last, so maybe if they can get to 25, they'll be really happy about this skin.
Yeah, very much. Just a bit too short and wide there from Jenkins. I think it was the off-cutter, bounced a little bit. Foster just bangs down into the side net and the roof net.
Oh, miscommunication there, and the umpire raises his finger.
Foster's going to review that, but his bat bounced, and that might hurt him here. Foster thinks he got back, and it's not a bad time to burn review. They've got 2. It's late in the third partnership. Foster, bat up, bails, and that's out.
Oh, that's a costly error. Just at the end, just needed to bat out the remaining few deliveries without conceding the 5 runs. But now we're talking about getting somewhere around 25 in this skin. And now they'll have to maybe target 20 because they'll be reduced back to 16 with that dismissal.
Umpires love this. Umpires love when they're right. When the player sends it for review and the umpire goes, "Oh no, I got that one." 2 balls left. Australia would love another.
So Craig Foster probably having the most disappointing batting effort in the finals in this tournament. Got dismissed twice, just 1 run to show with 1 delivery to go in the skin.
Foster's a really experienced campaigner. He'll understand, had 1 bad shot, got done on the turn. These things happen. New Zealand 76 and we're going to break, aren't we?
End of the third skin. 76 on the board, 18 from the third skin for New Zealand.
Welcome back to you, Pro Colombo, for the final skin of this New Zealand innings. This is the first of this is the second of 4 Australia versus New Zealand finals today.
Australia won the first with a comprehensive performance in the over 50s. They did play very, very well in that final.
And starting at 3 p.m. over on Court 1, we'll have the over 35 Masters final. And on Court 4 over here, we'll have the over 30 women's final. Shows you the sheer domination of these two sides across divisions in indoor cricket. Stu James operating. New batters for New Zealand are Tony Harrington and Joel Hood.
Look, a great opportunity here for Australia. You know, Harrington inexperienced at this level. Hood's a good player. He's a bit of a hitter. Australia feel if they bowl well, they can get into it here. If they don't bowl well, New Zealand will take this away from them.
Tony Harrington, the best contributor for New Zealand in the tournament thus far. 153 runs and 15 wickets with a net contribution of 127. And Joel Hood with 85 runs and 8 wickets with a net contribution of 42.
2 balls.
2 to come, says umpire Cree.
Stu James, the joint leading wicket taker for Australia in this tournament, alongside Matt Jenkins, picking up 14 scalps during the round robin stage.
Coach Joel Hood at Counties maybe 20 years ago. I think he might be the most improved player in this tournament for New Zealand. He's been a bit...
2
Harrington, well played. Hood just playing with a straight bat, playing within himself, bowling well. I think he's had a really good event from what I've seen of him so far. And again, his numbers aren't amazing, but that's not always the full story for a player. He's a guy that can hit, playing straight, making it hard to get him out. And right now, New Zealand needs 17 for 100, and Australia need 2 or 3 wickets in these last 3 overs to keep this target manageable.
Will Conway into the attack for Australia. None for 5 in his first over. Paul, you get the impression that Australia have to keep this to a sub-20 run skin.
Look, it's one of those things. I think right now New Zealand have enough. If they bowl and field really well. But I'll bet you there's 8 Australians out there that don't think that, right? And yeah, I don't think they want to chase over 100 in a final at a world event. But there are some experienced, successful campaigners over here. You know, Brendan Bryan's probably been to half a dozen Masters World Championships. I don't think he's ever lost a final. You know, so he will expect whatever it is that he's good enough to score it. Current Australian men's coach, and he'll get the guys around him up as well.
And Tony Harrington just missed. What a delivery by Conway. Kept low.
Conway bowls the off-cutter and it just takes away the space. Looking for space, it's not there. Comes back too far, gets inside the bat, knocks the poles over.
A rare.
Real glimmer of light for Australia there.
A rare cut off Tony Harrington. He's had an exceptional tournament. The leading run scorer for New Zealand.
Karupu drops it. Harrington walking. No, Tony, this isn't club cricket. Get your bat down and get through, buddy.
A half chance there for Kurupu. Goes the begging.
The cutters. Australia getting to work with the cutters. We'll watch this one. See if they're bowling them to Joel Hood as well. Yep. Hood hits it around the corner for 2.
Last ball.
The cutters are doing a bit. Are they going to trouble Tony Harrington? 1 to go in the 14th.
Last ball.
Off the leg. He's in the 3 for 1.
Two overs to go in this New Zealand innings. 88 on the board. A runner ball will get them to the triple figure mark. Zeller back into the attack.
Someone put some pads on those stumps, make sure they don't get hurt.
Very well said, Paul. We saw him dismantling the stumps on his follow through.
It's even worse. He actually hits the stumps basically in the middle of his action. It must be quite disconcerting for him.
And as you said, take some pace off as well. There you go once again. Would any of the coaches have had a word with him about where he delivers from?
Look, it's one of those things that I think once you get here, it's just too late.
Habitual behaviour.
Yeah. Look, I think the only thing you can do with him, if it's bothering him, you can have him bowl right arm round. You know? Harrington gets 1. Look, this is great experience for Tony Harrington, right? This is now a world-class semi-final, World Series semi-final. Australian bowling tight, making him work. There's no full
World
toss
Series
coming
final.
here to go to 7. There's no backhand coming here.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play really good cricket, and he's a good enough player to do that. But it's just a reminder for him that this is a high level of cricket. Australia aren't going to give him anything here from what we're seeing right now.
Not out.
And surely at some point it's got to be distracting for the batter as well.
Look, there's been some discussion about batters saying that. Look, I think personally, I think I'd find it a little bit distracting. But at the end of the day, you know, again, you're playing a World Series final for your country. Just get on with it, right? You know, the rule is he's allowed to do it. Time to move on. And there's no advantage to Australia in this.
Tied.
Down the leg side.
For those that are watching keenly, there's no time penalties in this game. So while we're over time, doesn't matter. There's no time penalties in finals at world events. 2 balls left in the 15th. New Zealand need 9 for 100. I reckon they'll want it.
In the block hole. It was well bowled and well negotiated as well.
Yeah, Hood's hit that flat. Harrington's run. Hood's hesitated. Just didn't go to hand for the Australians to expose that, and they got through. Hood's telling Harrington now, watch out for the fingers, watch out for the offie. Let's have a look at what he bowls. Zalo, I'm sure, from a very famous Australian cricketing family. Brad, if you're watching, hope you're enjoying this tournament, mate, back there in Queensland. No doubt with a few Queensland State of Origin shirts nailed to the wall. Harrington, expecting the off cutter from Zala. What's he going to get? Can't see the grip. Seam up. Works it. They've burnt one, but no harm in burning another one now. I think it's probably out, but why wouldn't you burn it?
There was hesitation midway through.
They'll wind it back. I think he's just out.
That cost him the hesitation midway through. Cost New Zealand 88 on the board with an over to go.
Has that been given out without being wound back? Yep, fair enough. Rightio. Well, one thing we'll say here at the moment is that big start from New Zealand and Australia slowly fighting their way back into this contest. New Zealand would love 100. They'll take 95. Jenkins to bowl. Australia would love to chase 78.
Australia have slowly clawed their way back into this, decreasing returns at the end of each skin for New Zealand.
Level, please.
58 after the first two skins.
Short, banged into the ground for 2. Karupa needs to stay off the blue. He's not fielding the ball, he can't get in there. Five twos for 100 for New Zealand. Very really done in the modern game. Jenkins off cutter, goes past.
Very well bowled. Joel Hood yorked himself there. Four deliveries to go. New Zealand will look to get to the mid-90s.
Ball. You don't need a break for an attempt.
Now, will Australia refer this? Umpire's saying it's an attempted Manco, it's a no ball. They're saying he didn't break the stump, so it's not attempted. My understanding is the umpire's right. But that's only my understanding. Hands on hip. New Zealand will say, we bowl that things. Feeling straight, having a word too. You know, Mr. Jenkins, it's not the batter's fault. He hasn't done anything at all. There's no need to have a word with him. He just did the way he tried to man-cat his mate. Jenkins fighting for Australia. 3 to come. Hood opens the face round the corner for 2.
Brilliant running by Tony Harrington. 2 deliveries left in the innings. Can New Zealand get to that 3-figure mark? That will give them a huge psychological edge when they're going to defend this target.
Down. Last ball.
The umpire said that was a bump ball. Final delivery coming up. Just get a 2 and get to 96, Paul. Would that be the strategy?
I think that is. I think if he bowls a full toss, Harrington will go it, but I think that's the strategy right now. Try and hit a 2, get to 96. Harrington goes it. Get your feet down.
Over ball.
Going to learn this stuff. Get your bat down and run it out properly, Tony.
And some emotion being shown there from Tony Harrington. 99 on the board, so Australia will need 100 to chase this down, Paul.
He's a new crowd favourite, isn't he, Tony Harrington? They love him as he comes off. Lots of excitement. Hits the 5 last ball. New Zealand just got away with it for mine now. 58 after 2. And Nala wanted 100. They nearly didn't get it. Right at the end, there's the early. Here's the highlights. Daly.
It's been a brilliant knock. Brilliant innings by New Zealand. Well compiled. They had a brilliant start with 58 runs off the opening 2 skins, with skins totals of 31 and 27 respectively. And then they had a bit of a quiet third skin with 18 before Tony Harrington finishes things off in style to get the Kiwis to 99. Can Australia chase 100 down, or will they have 2 consecutive finals defeats on court 4? We'll be back with you shortly for the reply.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
පිරිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගි.
Eki meki හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV. The best on demand entertainment.
India is set to become the next powerhouse of sports. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, 317.8 million people play at least one outdoor sport actively in their life. Our aim is to make sport more accessible across the country. Presenting UPro's Vision 2030. 500 indoor cricket and multi-purpose courts, 750 badminton courts, 500 pickleball courts, 100 basketball courts and more will be developed across India this decade. Indoor cricket will be the center of this plan, as cricket is India's most popular sport. The country is set to be captivated with this quick and exciting format of the game. With UPro's global footprint, indoor cricket in India will witness a surge in numbers, thereby helping the game get the much-deserved attention. To bring to life this vision, the 3 forms of investment models being worked on include private equity, public-private partnerships, and franchise models.
Fielders ready, batters ready. Play ball. Leg side.
Welcome back to UPro Colombo. It's time for the Aussie run chase. Chasing 100 here. If you're tuning in from New Zealand, team stands a very good chance of pulling off an upset here against Australia in the over 45s final.
Third ball, batters, third ball. Third ball, batters,
Third ball scenario straight away. Opening the bowling for New Zealand is Chris Priest.
Third ball.
Safely negotiated there, and well negotiated by Steven Zeller. Stu James, his partner for the opening skin. Down and up.
2.
Down and up on the leg side.
Last ball.
2 runs. Added a total.
Last ball.
A huge opening skin in the context of the game, Laksasi.
On an average, they need 25 runs per skin. That's what Australia require to win this. Otherwise, they'll be missing out on another title because they missed out on the over 55s title already. So nothing's getting tense here for Australia. They were so dominant in the first 4 days or the first 5 days of this Masters World Series, but just in the last few days, some of the other top teams managed to get the better of Australia, and I think that actually created the belief in all the other teams as well that okay, we can get the better of Australia if we do the basics right and if we do manage to put them under pressure early in the game. And that's exactly what has happened here as well. 31-27 in the first two skins. Yes, they made a good comeback in the last two, but even then 100 to get in a final in an indoor cricket game, never easy.
Well said, Laksisi. They seemed invincible over the first few days, but then there was a string of results, starting off with the New Zealand ladies beating Australia round robin stage. You'll see a repeat of that game for the final. That'll be the final game on court 4. A brilliant delivery by Tony Harrington, and he strikes. That is Tony Harrington's 16th wicket in the tournament. A brilliant delivery in the block hole.
Yeah, Harrington, he made sure that the last say of momentum was with New Zealand when they were batting with the 5 he got in the last delivery, and now early in the first skin he manages to get that dismissal. Lovely delivery from Tony Harrington. Oh, that's another player. This will be a dismissal. Yes, it is. The second dismissal. Back-to-back dismissals. New Zealand on a roll. Australia reeling.
One brings two. Laksisi. And fantastic. The Kiwis well and truly on top now. Courtesy. Some brilliant fielding and great bowling by Tony Harrington. 2 for -10. Midway through his first over.
Straight away, the rock star for New Zealand, Tony Harrington. Oh, another good delivery. Oh, direct. It would have been a hat-trick.
That would have been a hat-trick for Tony Harrington. It was oh so close. And Paul here in the com box can't quite believe it.
He pulled out a couple of direct hits like that yesterday. And, I mean, you never know with him. He has the ability to aim at one stump and get the job done.
Last ball.
2 on the board for Australia. They need another 98.
Last delivery of the second over coming up. It's a no ball. And that's a direct hit. The umpire is saying he's in. Will they review this?
Nope. They opt against it. 6 on the board for Australia. After 2 overs, a brilliant over by Tony Harrington.
And after seeing that replay, Viren, I wonder whether it was the correct decision to not review that.
That was a strange decision because you have a safety net of 2 unsuccessful reviews. And New Zealand wouldn't have a better opportunity than that. If they took that Laksisi, there would have been 3 wickets in the over for Tony Harrington. And that in a final when you're chasing 100 could have been the game in the bag very early on.
Now Luke Woods, 6 wickets in the tournament. You can just feel that they are under pressure, feeling the pressure here. Australia. And that's what a good total can do when you're bowling second in a final. In crunch games, it's always so hard to chase down totals.
I've been told by a few Kiwis watching on YouTube that Tony Harrington has the reputation of being one of the best fielders going around. Hardly ever misses, is what I've been told. And a third ball scenario. New Zealand have all the momentum in this game. And fantastic! New Zealand are on a roll, the Kiwis are on a roll, and they're well on their way to clinching this over 45 the Masters World Series title.
Now Australia, they need a very special effort, because I don't think they expected this first skin to go so wrong. 3 dismissals. Stu James is someone who has scored over 100 runs this tournament, and Steven Seller, he has also scored 70 runs, but both of them struggling big time here. Now imagine if they got that review right, if they took that decision right, they would have been in the red zone, Australia.
Fantastic bowling by Luke Wood. Stu James, the second leading contributor for Australia this tournament. But like I say, Paul said this early on, when you post 100 as a target in a final, a lot of strange things can happen when you're trying to chase it down. A side that is immune to handling pressure, they've done this time and time again, but they've been into crumble early on, the Aussies, and you hardly say that in knockout cricket or knockout tournament cricket with the Aussies. But the Kiwis well and truly on top in this Trans-Tasman rivalry, going to the final over of the first skin.
Other number 8, Nathan.
Third ball, batters, third ball.
A third ball scenario for Nathan Daly, the skipper, as he comes into the attack. An opportunity for a fourth wicket in the first skin.
Two.
Good batting by Steven Zeller rather. Sensible. Stuart James has looked off colour in the first 3 overs, but he wants to make a positive contribution now. One of Australia's leading run scorers.
Yeah, they need to make sure that there are no dismissals here and get to the double figure mark.
Very well bowled.
Well bowled. And I think he took the right decision by going to the back foot and just defending it. Oh, almost another one. Found the bottom edge and almost went back to the stumps.
Australia cannot afford a single-digit skin. Laxisi, he puts a heap of pressure on the remaining 6 batters. And a missed opportunity that would have been the 4th wicket of the skin. Couple of missed opportunities for New Zealand. They'll hope they don't rue these missed opportunities later on. Yes, they're well and truly ahead, but you can't afford to give the Aussies too many chances.
And this is exactly the start that New Zealand wanted in this final, and it will be a dot, so they will end with just 9. Now they started needing an average of 25 runs, Viren and Paul, in the skin. But now, after the end of the first skin, now they need 30. That's the average. They need even more than 30 in one of those skins.
Well said, Laxisi. And I said they can't afford a single-digit skin. And that's exactly what's transpired. At the end of the first skin, Australia have 9 on the board.
India is set to become the next powerhouse of sports. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, 317.8 million people play at least one outdoor sport actively in their life. Our aim is to make sport more accessible across the country. Presenting UPro's Vision 2030. 500 indoor cricket and multi-purpose courts, 750 badminton courts, 500 pickleball courts, 100 basketball courts and more will be developed across India this decade. Indoor cricket will be the center of this plan, as cricket is India's most popular sport. The country is set to be captivated with this quick and exciting format of the game. With UPro's global footprint, indoor cricket in India will witness a surge in numbers, thereby helping the game get the much-deserved attention. To bring to life this vision, the three forms of investment models being worked on include private equity, public-private partnerships, and franchise models. This incredible journey starts with the opening of our first purpose.
At the start of the second skin.
I was
two.
Went from us, and we were talking. The conversation was, you know, if you want to beat them, you score 100 and you get wickets early, and you see whether they can go up the gears with the bat. They're very, very solid, consistent batting side. But now they need more than run a ball. And the question is, with dots a part of the game, and the back net not really part of their game, how they get 90 off 12 overs. And it'll be a great challenge for them. This is exactly what Daly wanted them to be at this point. He'll be thrilled with it. New Zealand's still got to finish. Australia has to get in control of the momentum. They need 2, 3, 4, 5 overs without a wicket. That's how they bat. They bat to not lose wickets.
Two.
And take the adrenaline away from New Zealand. Get this partnership to start with. At least one, probably two of these partnerships need to not go out for Australia to win. Maybe one at the most. So control over momentum becomes really important for Australia right now.
Yes, Paul, a dream start for New Zealand. Shy of the stumps. Well backed up by the back stumper, Tony Harrington. He's a live wire on the court. Great seeing support for both sides. Around court 4, it's a carnival-like atmosphere here at UPro Colombo.
I think that's out. That is worth a review. They've blown one. Harrington wants it. Daly does not. I think that's his second mistake.
Nice ball.
Oh, close. I still think that could be out. I'll have to have a look at that.
Are you surprised by them not opting to take any reviews, Paul, when they have 2 left in the tank?
Yeah, look, if you burn one, all of a sudden the second one's really hard to use, right? So he's trying to hold them for later, but I wouldn't mind seeing it again. I thought it was out. I didn't see how close on the replay. I wouldn't mind seeing it again. Maybe someone will let us know from the production team who's looking back at it, no doubt.
Over ball.
There really is a game within a game developing here. And New Zealand, I think, should have reviewed that. That's my opinion. Right? I think it was out to the naked eye, so it would definitely be on replay. I haven't seen it. Could be wrong. But the Australians are trying to get to 2 a ball. New Zealand are trying to get dots and ones. So you're going to see a lot of New Zealand hands in the field just trying to keep the ball and get a hand on the ball, stop it, fight it. Collins, one of their best bowlers, just gone for 8. That's a really good over for Australia. They need more and more and more of that. Was out. We're hearing from the guys at the back. That's 2 burnt from New Zealand. Both of them would have been out. Would have been in complete control at this stage. Harrington was adamant for Daly to review that. Didn't want to do it.
Joel Hood.
Joel to bowl.
Coming in. Two burnt reviews. 2 wasted opportunities there for New Zealand. Strange decisions for me. You don't know when the next chance is going to come to take a review. And they missed out on 2 opportunities.
2.
This is the game now. Australia going to hit in the front half. New Zealand are going to bowl at link so they don't drive them. When they're not trying to drive them, they're trying to bounce them. It's interesting how tactically both sides do this to each other.
Change again.
8 off and over is a small win to Australia. 7 off and over is a small win to New Zealand.
Sensible batting by Will Conway.
Fighting back into this.
And with minimal risks, Australia on 21, 12 off the skin. Jason Battler, 72 runs in the tournament coming into this game, and Will Conway, 102 runs, both making positive net contributions of 48 and 36 respectively.
Australia going at 2 a ball here.
2 balls.
All of a sudden that review looks important. We know they've got Brenton Bryan to bat. Hits some leg. Gets a dot.
75 needed for Australia of 61 legitimate deliveries. Need to go at 7.5 runs per over.
Gets some hand but gets 2. Collins gets a little bit on it but not enough.
10 off the over. Paul, a very good one for Australia.
Yeah, this partnership's gone really well, haven't they? 8 and then 10. As you say, anything above 7.5 is good for Australia. Anything 7 below is good for New Zealand. New Zealand just got to be tough here, hang in and look for half a chance to convert. Keep the ball off the net a couple of times, bowl a dot or 2. And it just builds pressure. Now, New Zealand's going to go to Craig Foster. He's going to bowl leg spin. We've got a very good googly.
It's wrong. It's okay though, it doesn't matter.
And one of the things New Zealand's trying to do, they've got a very tall front half. Australia bouncing the ball a lot, New Zealand trying to get some hands on it.
Level, please.
I think Foster will bowl the googly to the lefty. So it's Harrington bowling. Foster on the back sticks. There's what they're looking to do. That needs to just fall to somebody. Tall men, get up top, get on top of the bounce. Harrington bowling. Looking for one more. Foster on the back.
2 for -1 for Harrington. I think they sense they need a breakthrough now. A dismissal just to regain the momentum.
Oh, dropped.
A half chance there for the Kiwis. A good chance as well.
Really, 2 little half chances in the first 2 balls of this over. Harrington back making things happen. It's one of the things here that both sides need to be patient. New Zealand just need to wait for an opportunity, bowl good areas, put some pressure on. Maybe try and take this bounce away by bowling filler. They don't have to worry too much about this side driving too much. So maybe bowling a bit fuller, take the bounce away, keep them to dots and ones. Harrington swinging it.
2.
Well played by Jason. Tony Harrington,
2 balls.
the players of the tournament. 153 runs, 15 wickets, with a net contribution of 127. Only one of 2 players with a contribution of over 100 in this game, the other being Craig Foster.
This is what we want, isn't it? We want a contest. Australia, the champions they are, fighting back into the game. New Zealand got to find a way to get, they have to get back on a roll. They've just got to find a way to get a wicket, as Australia did for long periods of their innings.
Ball. Over ball.
Unfortunate for Harrington, ends with a no ball. And that is 36 on the board for Australia, requiring 64 more of the last 9 overs.
Well, we said they needed 30 a partnership, 27 with an over to go. This has been a really good effort from them. New Zealand just got to keep scrapping. Daly to bowl. He feels they're far enough ahead in the game. He can get himself out here. He would be New Zealand's weakest bowler overall. Takes wickets, but at this level, he'll just be looking to contain.
And Paul, you said now it's reached a stage where Australia will take the 7s per over for a while just to stay on course with the required run rate.
Yeah, I think Australia looking, they'll just be Australia. Well, this is how this team bats, right? They're going to hit 1s and 2s, try and get 8 and 9 and over. New Zealand's going to try and get 6 or 7 and over and just push that run rate out on them. It's going to be a good battle. And then New Zealand's going to look for...
And that's the wicket.
Daly bowls them.
It's skipper Daly that delivers. Come in the yard, come in the man. Daly.
Just try to set this way too square.
Played across the line there. Did Will Conway. And that's the dismissal. That's the wicket the Kiwis were after.
Now New Zealand's looking for a deflection off a fielder to go to hand, something to go their way and give them another one here. And all of a sudden they've had a really good partnership. That's why both sides have got to be patient. You just wait. Conway gutted. Coming around, putting 2 on the leg.
Change again. Side.
Bowls the leg side wide. Trying to bowl tight in the leg with 2 on the leg.
Batsman. Revolt. Taken.
4 balls left. Score 35. Oh, Collins just about gets a hand on it again. So that'll be...
You asked for a second one in the over, Paul. And Nathan Daly leading from the front here.
Great skill, good hands, not on the frame. But it's the calling error, it's the yes-no that created the hesitation to allow it to happen. Now the question is for Australia is how they're going to bat. If I'm Daly, I'm pulling my lines back and saying, are these guys going to have to start and hit the ball harder now? The lefty can, I think.
And brilliant work by the back stumper, Tony Harrington there. As I said earlier, an absolute live ball on the court. Brilliant in all 3 facets of the game. Final delivery of the second skin. Australia requires 66 more. And nearly a third. Good comeback by Daly in that over, making it New Zealand skin. 66 needed of the remaining 2 skins, with Australia requiring 33 per skin.
66 required off 48 deliveries. It's nearly a run and a half a ball. 72 would be a run and a half a ball. So run rate's starting to push up. This is the question. New Zealand will be starting to stack him up. Daly's out. They'll have...
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරයි ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු Fiber Elite rewards දිනා ගන්න ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න
With the grand success of Club World Series 2024 in Colombo, we are now all set to host Club World Series 2025 in Dubai. Last year, we had 21 teams compete against each other, 17 men's and 4 women's. And this year, we're expecting 30 teams come from all over the world, like USA, Australia, England, New Zealand, South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and of course, our hometown UAE. A facility that gives you access to a 46,000 square feet center, which includes multiple side nets for practice sessions, and innovations to improve your game experience like a speed gun, multi-camera angles and customized broadcasting. UPro Dubai is set to host the Club World Series 3rd edition from the 7th of April to the 12th of April 2025. So make sure you're part of this excitement.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest.
So New Zealand with the clear upper hand in this game as we head to the third skin. Matt Jenkins and Todd Birakowski. They need to do something special here. 90 runs for Birakowski in this tournament. And Matt Jenkins on the other hand, 100 runs exactly coming into this final. They need a good skin here.
2 balls.
We talked about how the average number of runs for a skin went up to 30-31 after the first skin. And it is 33 now. And these two, they need to get at least 33 to take the team back into this game, Paul.
Yeah, look, it's 33 each, so everyone above that, this partnership takes a momentum game now.
Ball. Over bowled.
Over from Swindell. First over goes. Bit of quiet goes around the ground. Just an awareness we're in a decent contest here in Australia. They're going to try and come back in this. Really, they'll be looking for sort of 9 and over for the next 3. 33. Leave the last partnership, Brenton Bryan, veteran, high performer, to get the rest.
Label.
Tough for Harrington. He backs up his fielder, leaves him having to hit. That's the right thing to do.
That's another one. New Zealand, they continue to chip away. They continue to reduce these fivers from the Australian total. Jenkins missing it completely. It's fair to say New Zealand, they have got the job done, at least 80% of the job done now. New Zealand just need to make sure that they finish this skin on a high. It's still early in this skin, so need to make sure they continue the good work in the remaining 15 deliveries.
One chance. I think Craig Foster has got a key role to play. He's a leg spinner. He's a very good leg spinner. But he's a player that Australia should now target because they have to. But he's also a player that can get them out. 2 overs left from Foster. If he can bowl, get a wicket in each of them, New Zealand will comfortably win this game. Chances, half chances. We're now seeing the Australians having to change their game.
Last ball.
Keeps it to 1. It's okay for New Zealand. What have we got? 60 balls left, and Australia needs 60. Is that right? Into the 10th, we've got 36 balls left, and Australia needs 60.
So that's 10 and over.
Run rate slowly edging up.
From an average of needing 25 per skin at the start, it went up to 33 after the end of the second skin. Now these two, they are trying to add at least 15 to 20 runs in the remaining 2 overs if possible.
Label.
Joel Hood. Oh, and that's another one. New Zealand, they continue to take these wickets. I think there's a slight bottom edge as well.
They want to hit 1s and 2s. They know they've got to hit more. And the minute you get some mental confusion when you're batting, you just get caught between shots. We've seen Jenkins play a poor shot. We've seen another bowled here. They've got to decide on their plan. Are we going to hit 2s and leave it to Brian? Or are we going to have a crack here and try and get them within 30? Decide it, then do it. Don't get caught in the middle.
2.
Jenkins trying to get in the way, but can't do anything about it. It's given out. Love to see a replay of it. Great work from Nigel Collins. Hit set.
Huge setback there for Australia, and now in the red zone in the third skin. That's something you can ill afford when you're chasing 100 and when you're behind the 8 ball when you come out to bat.
Last ball.
It is becoming a big ask, particularly for a side that's so disciplined. Jenkins, I think, is going to go this ball no matter what. Don needs to pull his link back here. Like that, or bowled.
Over ball.
And with an over to go here in the third skin.
Here comes Craig Foster with guys running at him. Go at him. There's now no option for Australia. They can't win this in the front half. They need 66 off
5 overs and
30
over 13
deliveries.
runs.
More than 2 runs a ball. Coach down here talking to Brendan Bryan. They're such experienced players. Telling them what to do. But first they need these guys to know what to do. Do they get 6 here and get to 40? Or do they have to go? That instruction needs to be clear to them.
Make or break over in the context of the game. New Zealand can win the game in this particular over.
Yeah, Foster to bowl. Leg spinner, got a good googly. Got to go back. Great hands on the back half. There's the wicket.
And that should be curtains in the game in my books. Paul, -5 from this third skin. And now Australia needs 71 of the remaining 29 deliveries. It's becoming tougher.
Yeah, it is. And Foster's hard to hit.
Oh, fantastic bowling by Foster. This is leg spin at its best.
Super experienced player. Can just rock it in with the seam. Can bowl a leggy. Can bowl a googly. He's especially good when guys are going after him. Dips. turns. That was the googly. Turn in.
That was googly indeed. Fantastic bowling by Foss, and a third ball scenario which won't be easy for the batters to negotiate. This could go pear-shaped for the Aussies now. They're not used to being 71 adrift in a World Series final with just a skin to go.
Out. Oh, missed. It's not very often Nathan Daly misses great service from the field. I think he's been the best wicket keeper in this grade by a mile. He's got a great arm. He's good from the field. He's good from the bowlers. That one he'd love to have grabbed.
Matt Jenkins and Todd Burakovsky will be very displeased with their efforts in the third skid. Can't afford to be in the negatives when you're chasing 100. Brilliant over by Craig Foster.
Now look, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, right? Right now, New Zealand in charge. Will Karupa and Bryan come up and give this up? Not a chance, right? They need 69 off 24 balls. It's 3 a ball, isn't it?
Just shy of 3 a ball.
And they'll come out and they're just going to bat for some pride now and do this right. But early on, they're going to go for 3 a ball.
They need 17 and over. And provided things start going pear-shaped for them, they'll play for pride, because Australia are not used to being thrashed in finals.
I think the hi, nice to see you. Thanks, buddy. Well batted.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we...
Final skin of this game coming up. New Zealand well and truly in control. Australia in uncharted territory here. They're not used to being so far adrift.
Oh, one of the problems for Australia, and look, he's a good player. You've got Tony with great hands, Craig Foster with great hands. You've got Priest with great hands. So you've really got to get it through. If one goes to hand, they're lucky to hold on to it.
Kamal Kurupu on strike. His role must be to get Brenton on strike as quickly as possible.
Karupa hitting the head, throws to the top, chance for an overthrow, Bryan going back.
That struck him in the face.
Third ball, batters, third ball.
He's a brave gent, is Kamal Kurupu. He's a warrior. He doesn't look phased at all.
Third ball. Two. Last ball.
But the twos won't do it. The New Zealand will take twos all day long. They've got to find the back net. 66 needed of 19 deliveries. Becoming tougher by the moment, Paul.
Oh yeah. One of the good things, while they hit a lot of front half, Brent and Bryan can go back net. And I think Karupu can as well. So you've got to say right now New Zealand are going to be the champions in the over 45 grade. But this Australian side will keep coming. What is it? 65, 66 of 80 balls.
22 and over.
Now,
do you think the strategy is to play for pride, get to around 60?
Yeah, there's a point for me as a coach where I would tell my players, look, I don't want us slogging here. We're gonna bat properly. We're going to get them as many as we can. We're going to finish, the right way for our team. And I'm sure there's a very, very proud cricket. I'm sure they want to finish in the right way. Whether Brenton feels they should keep going for a couple more balls, that's his call out there. But there'll be a time for me we just go, okay, well, let's just bat it out. And these parts of these games are tough on both sides eventually where, you know, it is decided and you're just going through the motions. Good to see some sportsmanship from Brendan Bryan. Having a chat with Nigel Collins.
I know we haven't spoken about this yet, Paul, but a potential clean sweep in a final against Australia, that's one for the books.
Yeah, look, it'll be a... look, to be honest, I don't think that the New Zealand side out there right now will be focused on whether they win every skin or every partnership. They just want to win this game and become champions. And look, I don't know what's going on in the other court, but at the moment, if New Zealand win this, Australia's got one, South Africa's got one, New Zealand's got one. That's a great thing for the sport. I think we've got UAE, South Africa on the far side. We could have UAE have one at the end of this game, and after 4 finals, we could have 4 different nations have won one. That's a brilliant thing for the sport here.
Time. And you're right, Paul. UAE are well and truly ahead in that particular final against South Africa in the over 40s. South Africa need 24 more off. It's a very close affair. In fact, South Africa need 24 more of 19 deliveries. That game, it's proving to be
South Africa having a big day, right? And look, a lot of big bodies in those South African sides. They've dealt with this heat and they've dealt with it really well. Lots of credit to the Africans the way they funded today. It looks to me like maybe we've reached that point where Australia's going to go, okay, well, we're just going to bat this out properly now. We're going to get as close as we can. And, you know, congratulations to New Zealand on this performance. That's what it looks like to me. Still got 15 balls to go. It's a long way to game of indoor cricket. 3rd ball for Karupi.
Two balls.
And what would the significance of this result be, Paul? Will it be an eye-opener to Australia that there are teams that are capable of doing this to them on the big day?
Look, I've seen Australia win a lot of indoor cricket games. I've seen them win a lot of tournaments. I don't mind seeing them lose the odd one. I saw an Australian side lose last night, and the despair is hard to watch. There was some real, you know, it's tough for them. But the sport needs other countries to get better. We need competitions. We need sides to believe they can turn up and they can win. And look, Australia will bounce back because they always do. They've got a near endless supply of players. And, you know, if they lose a couple of grades here, they'll be back even better for it. Australia still in the last 2 finals, right? The 35s. At the end of this, they should have 1 of 4. They can still end up with 3 on the day, right?
Exactly. 59 needed now off 2. It's getting into the impossible region for Australia. Clinical performance by New Zealand.
Swindell's with the 15th. It'll be Foster with the 16th. A few high fives quietly being exchanged between the New Zealand players out there. Just little touches. Well done, buddy.
Job well done by New Zealand. They've been ruthless.
Some credit to New Zealand indoor sports here. Last year in the Trans-Tasman, we lost the over 40s and the 45s 7-0 in both series, and over 40s didn't get close. And there was some discussions how it was encouraged for the 40s players who we felt couldn't win the 40s grade, to the ones that could, to play 45s and to give us a chance in this grade. So players who played over 40s last year have come up to this grade. Our 40s have come 4th and played really well, but this grade we've got because we did it. So a lot of people involved in that decision, and the players, the senior players here, Daly, Foster, all part of that 40 side from last year have come up, and now they get reward for it.
Kudos to New Zealand indoor cricket. And Paul, when was the last time New Zealand beat Australia in a final? Would we have to go way back?
Oh, well, again, in the Trans-Tasman we beat them last year, so that would count for us. But in a Masters or men's, last Masters, well, they beat them in the Trans-Tasman in New Zealand in the 35s grade. Last Masters, did we win one? I think we did, and I can't think who it was. Yeah, it could be a while. I mean, yeah, look, I'm not good at the history of Masters, but look, it's been a long time. I think importantly for all of this, a couple of things to note. the Trans-Tasman last year showed that there is a change coming, that there are some results coming. The New Zealanders won 22 men's and ladies at the Opens as well, so it's encouraging for different countries to come into this. Here's another wicket for New Zealand. But I think one of the things that's been interesting in this tournament is that we're now seeing an Australian side being well beaten. We saw the Australian 35s well beaten in a semi-final, and while they'll bounce back, I think that other nations are becoming more competitive.
After being invincible in the first 4 or 5 days of the tournament, it's a tale of two halves for Australia. A huge wake-up call as well. They wouldn't have expected 3 sub-10 scores in a final chasing 100. They have succumbed to pressure.
And look, part of this is, at the end of the day, the scoreboard forces this on them to some degree. But when New Zealand beat Australia by maybe a couple of runs, Alicia Hyman hit the 4 on this court. Were you with me? That stage was Tuesday night. I think Australia were unbeaten until that game in the whole tournament. But slowly, other nations have got into it. I think that says a little bit as well for, as an example, it's the first time I've seen a South African squad with a full base of physios here. The New Zealanders, I think, are better aware of food, better aware of preparation, and getting to the business end, playing better cricket. And look, I'm a New Zealander. I love the All Blacks winning, but the world's caught up, and that's good for the game of rugby. Australia are the dominant country here, but the world is chasing them, and that's a good thing as well.
We spoke of New Zealand, we spoke of South Africa upsetting Australia. Sri Lanka 35s beat Australia in the round robin stage, and we'll feel that they had a few chances in that prelim final as well to have another upset. UAE beating Australia in a particular division as well. So, yeah, it bodes well for indoor cricket around the world.
Yeah, it really does. And I think one of the things is that those sides are doing well, and partly because some of their men's players are old enough to play these grades. India's also playing great men's cricket. Those players aren't old enough to play this level yet. We've got Singapore and USA winning games in 35s, and they'll have sides in the future. Those players will be eligible for 40s. There's another wicket. Look, I feel for Brendan Bryan. He's a good sportsman. He's a bloody good guy, and he'll be hating this. I love us doing it to him. I love New Zealand winning. But, I think underneath the rivalry, there's a lot of respect in general between the two countries. And, one thing when you win a World Cup that Australia's in, you're a good side because you've beaten a good side. Foster showing just how hard this chase was going to be when he had 2 left. If I was, Brian and Karupa, one of the things I'd be doing now is make sure I don't get a red number.
And that's another wicket. That's a 3 for Foster. And Kamal goes deeper into the red territory. This will go down as a thrashing in the books. New Zealand have been absolutely brilliant in all 3 facets of the game.
Ball. Would you like a reball?
I don't think they'll reball.
No. The last ball. Last ball.
Over 45s. Craig Foster repeats world champion. Nigel Collins becomes a world champion. Brendan Bryan gets up, he's okay. Luke Wood becomes a world champion. Nathan Daly a repeat. Chris.
Thank you, fellas. Thank you. No, I'm taking it off.
Masters Championships. Dave Bell joins them. Hobbs. Sonny Chan at first chance on his own wins one. And this is a team that's got better and better during the tournament and thoroughly deserve this win. Much excitement for them. They have a big evening ahead of those guys tonight. It's a lot of hard work. Thoroughly deserved victory for New Zealand over 45s. Masters World Champions.
Paul, I'll let you have this moment. Take it away in terms of what this means for New Zealand indoor cricket and what this means for the team.
Oh, look, I think anytime you win is a great moment for New Zealand. A bunch of guys out here that have given service to our sport for a long time. They got it right. They got to the right grade. They got the right captain. They got the right coach. The talk was to the players last year, go to 45s. They're like, we want to stay with Sonny. So New Zealand moved Sonny. They got the right coach here. They got the right players there. And this is my experience at World Cups, in all honesty. When you get it right, you win. And if you make mistakes 3 months ago, you're done, you're lost, you know. And New Zealand's got a lot right, and they will be absolutely and thoroughly delighted. Their families back home will be thrilled. It's a great moment for New Zealand indoor sports. I'm going to hand it back to you because I've got another 35s going to go and see if New Zealand can win another.
Good luck. Thanks for joining us, boys. It's been an honour to have you in the com box alongside me and Laxasi for this game.
Thank you very much, and go the Kiwi ladies.
Enjoy the celebrations. And we'll be back with you all shortly on Code 4 for the final game of the Masters World Series over on Code 4. The ladies over 30s final between Australia and New Zealand. Till then, go the Kiwis.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
පොත් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකඩිල්ල.
හනික වරල්ලා. ආසියන්තරාවට හුණංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Mommy, mommy, pretty please, will you tell me this? What is it that's on my face? Hello everyone! Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Cocopalooza on POTV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතය විඳින්න. අදම SLT මොබිටෙල් ෆයිබර් කනෙක්ෂන් එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. ෆයිබර් එලිට් රිවෝඩ්ස් දිනා ගන්න.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos. Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race. Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
කවුදෝ මිනිහෙක් හොඳටම බීලා ඔයා ළඟම නිදාගත්තොත් කොහොම තියෙද?
බොවට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතෑරම්බා. A win-win situation, my tongue by my suffering is so
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලට ටකරන් චීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ වෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැයට කෑම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි කෑ ගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tripped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennox Town. It's the Hazen from Kirky Morrison who will stroll in.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට ඇතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකත්තු කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කයල්ල නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි තිබ්බා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගැහුවා.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
එතන දැනෙන මූවිස් ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
පිළිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින්
එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
India is set to become the next powerhouse of sports. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, 317.8 million people play at least one outdoor sport actively in their life. Our aim is to make sport more accessible across the country. Presenting UPro's Vision 2030. 500 indoor cricket and multi-purpose courts, 750 badminton courts, 500 pickleball courts, 100 basketball courts and more will be developed across India this decade. Indoor cricket will be the center of this plan, as cricket is India's most popular sport. The country is set to be captivated with this quick and exciting format of the game. With UPro's global footprint, indoor cricket in India will witness a surge in numbers, thereby helping the game get the much-deserved attention. To bring to life this vision, the three forms of investment models being worked on include private equity, public-private partnerships, and franchise models. This incredible journey starts with the opening of our first purpose-built indoor sports center in Surat, Gujarat. Spread across 26,000 square feet, UPro Surat will house 3 indoor cricket courts, 1 multi-purpose court for basketball, volleyball, and badminton, 2 pickleball courts, 1 cricket machine lane, and a sports shop complete the ground floor plan. The mezzanine will house a cafe, games area, and dedicated areas for yoga, spa, and other services. UPro, world's leading indoor cricket brand.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data bundle ඇතුළු fiber elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
With the grand success of Club World Series 2024 in Colombo, we are now all set to host Club World Series 2025 in Dubai. Last year, we had 21 teams compete against each other, 17 men's and 4 women's. And this year, we're expecting 30 teams come from all over the world, like USA, Australia, England, New Zealand, South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and of course, our hometown UAE. A facility that gives you access to a 46,000 square feet center, which includes multiple side nets for practice sessions and innovations to improve your game experience like a speed gun, multi-camera angles, and customized broadcasting. UPro Dubai is set to host the Club World Series 3rd edition from the 7th of April to the 12th of April 2025. So make sure you're part of this excitement.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
මේක දේශපාලන කුමන්ත්‍රණයක්.
ලෝකුරු කවුද මේ වනචර මිනිසා?
ඉන්නත මම වාසුදේව. නානාකාරද?
ජොබ් එකක් හොයාගෙන එලොව ගිහින් රාජකුමාරියක් කරගහගෙන මෙලෝට ඩගීගේ කතාව.
අයියා හෙල්ල පොඩ්ඩක් දෙනවද? මෙයාගේ පිට පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න.
කොස් ගෙඩියක් නෙවෙයි. මේක තනිකර පැණි වරකට.
හනික වරල්ලා ආසියන්තරාවට හුනංගු වෙනවා යකුනේ. ජොබ්ලස් ඩග්ලස්.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Mommy, mommy, pretty please, will you tell me this? What is it that's on my face? Hello everyone! Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Kokopalooza on Pure TV. Mommy, mommy, pretty please, will you tell me this? What is it that's on my face? Hello everyone! Now you can learn to sing and enjoy a new series of songs with Cocopalooza on Pure TV.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move, for a festive family meal, to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
දැන් උපරිම ස්පීඩ් එකෙන් ජීවිතේ විඳින්න. අදම SLT Mobitel fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න. Fiber Elite Rewards දිනා ගන්න.
When inventing the smartphone, who would have thought that someday someone would be holding a headstand and watching HD cricket? Sitting in a bathtub and enjoying HD movies? Spicing up boring lunches with HD food videos. Riding a slow tuk while catching a super fast HD race. Now stop thinking. With SLT Mobitel Aviator Prime, get 45 GB of high-speed HD videos with no speed restrictions, voice calls and SMS for 1,555 rupees per month. Activate today.
Welcome back to you, Pro Colombo, for the final time in the Masters World Series 2024. The Australia ladies 30s takes on New Zealand ladies 30s in one of 4 Australia-New Zealand finals here on Finals Day at the Masters World Series. We just saw the New Zealand 45s beating Australia. Australia on court 4 today haven't had the best of days. They've lost both their finals here on court 4s. The 55s losing to South Africa and the 45s losing to New Zealand. But it's time for the ladies to give them some redemption now. The 2 opening batters for Australia are Shelley Threlfall and Jess O'Reilly. Good afternoon once again, Laksasi.
Good afternoon, Viren, and good afternoon to all of our viewers joining with us with this final. The 4th and last encounter for the day on court number 4, or the last encounter of the whole tournament on court number 4 in this Indo Cricket Masters World Series 2024. Now, an interesting battle this is. Australia, they have lost just 1 game in this whole tournament, and that's against New Zealand. And New Zealand, they have lost only twice in this tournament, and those 2 losses came against Australia. So this is a trans-Tasman rival in the finals, and this will certainly be a very close fixture. In that first qualifier yesterday morning, Australia scored 101 and New Zealand almost got the better of Australia. They made 87 within. So this will once again be a very close tussle between 2 very good sides.
And congratulations to the UAE 45s beating South Africa 45s in the final over on court 1. So Laxasi, in terms of all the championships on offer in this World Series, Australia has won 1, New Zealand has won 1, South Africa has won 1, and the UAE have also clinched 1. Brilliant sign for world indoor cricket. The gap is now being bridged slowly, and it's a wake-up call for Australia as well, that the other teams are not just there to make up the numbers, but are out there to compete.
As I mentioned even earlier, Viren, during the first 4-5 days, I mean, I even saw some comments on our YouTube channel as well, where they people have mentioned that maybe it's going to be a clean sweep for Australia, but the other teams, they joined the party and joined the party big time, and made sure that was not the case here. The 4 titles which have been decided so far went to 4 different nations. That's how good this tournament has been as it came to the business end.
Brilliant start for Australia. 10 runs off the first 7 deliveries. Down the leg side, the new bowler for New Zealand, Melanie Drisha. Down the leg side again. Needs to get her line right, does Melanie. Can't afford to provide any freebies to these Aussie batters early on.
Shelley Threlfall has scored 135 runs this tournament, while Jez O'Reilly 73 runs. Threlfall is one of the best contributors in the ladies over 30s category with 109. Her contribution being 109. And for New Zealand, Melanie, she has taken 7 wickets in this tournament so far.
New Zealand's go-to player in the tournament has definitely been Jess Little with a contribution of 67, and their most prolific bowler has been Ross McNeil with 15 wickets. The skipper, a very, very solid start for Australia. 16 runs off the first 2 overs.
So Ross McNeil, she will bowl her first over here. Over 100 runs, 15 wickets. Contribution of 63 in this tournament. She needs to join the party here. She needs to make it a big one in this final.
Very smart batting on the part of Shelley Threlfall and Jess O'Reilly. Threlfall with a contribution of 10 and Jess O'Reilly with a contribution of 8. Rotating strike with ease and keeping the scorecard ticking. Down and up on the offside. And the dominance of this pair continues. New Zealand need a wicket. Laxisia need it quickly to regain some momentum.
And that's on the leg side. Skipper McNeil just not getting her direction right here in her first over of the final. Oh, once again.
The 4th leg side delivery of the skin. That's 8 bonus runs for Australia. Ross McNeil, the pick of the bowlers for New Zealand, the skipper in this tournament, has been a tad inconsistent in this opening over. And after 3 overs, Australia have 25 on the board and are going at over 8 runs per over.
Ross McNeil, not the ideal first over she would have been looking for, Viren. But let's see, so far, very solid Shelley Threlfall and Jez O'Reilly for Australia, the first skin batters. Somewhere between 30 to 35, that will be their target at the end of this over without giving away a dismissal.
New Zealand's best contributor, Jess Little, comes into bowl. A net contribution of 67 in the tournament. Easy pickings for Shelley Threlfall. Down and up on the leg side. Australia's second leading run scorer, just behind Elizabeth Hall. Shelley Threlfall coming into this game with 135 runs.
No, she's actually on 149 runs in this tournament, Viren. If she gets to 15, she'll have 150 in this tournament. I mean, that's a huge achievement, scoring 150 runs in an indoor cricket tournament.
I think something that will also be nice for us to see based on stats in indoor cricket, and this is something we could do going forward, is also see the number of dismissals per batter to see and to get a gauge of how consistent they've been. Laxisi has been outstanding, providing us the numbers in terms of net contributions.
I forced him to come.
Straying down the leg side again. The 6th delivery down the leg side in this opening skin. So 12 free runs given to Australia, and they'll look for it to be rebow. So 10 runs off the first 3 deliveries of Jess Little's over. And this is what happens when you have a left-right opening combination. Bowlers are forced to change their lines and lengths. Sometimes it doesn't always work.
Now, Viren, just to follow up on what you mentioned earlier, Shelley Threlfall, she has been dismissed only once in this entire tournament. Just once. And to add to that, the deputy, the vice captain of Australia, Nisha Isles, she has not been dismissed.
I knew you were coming to that. When you said in addition to, I knew there was a stat coming in about an unblemished record. Final delivery of the first skin. Down and up on the offside. And things have been... And the skin has been an amazing one for Australia. A brilliant foundation laid by this pair. And a masterclass by Shelley Threlfall throughout the campaign. Now officially the leading run scorer for Australia in the tournament thus far. 39 of the first skin.
බෝට පොරොන්දු වෙන්න ඕන ඔබ කවදාත් කසාද බඳින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
අතරම්බා a win-win situation my tongue by my suffering is
ඔයාගේ අම්මා මැරුණ වෙලාවේ මමත් එයත් එක්ක ගියා නම්
මේ ලෝකේ කවුරුත් කාවෙන්වත් ඉපදෙන්නේ නැහැ.
The 2 new batters for Australia. Elizabeth Hall, the skipper, alongside Helen Ketherington. Helen Ketherington, number 18. A new bowler for New Zealand, Michelle McKay. Elizabeth Hall has had a decent outing in this Masters World Series, leading from the front. The second leading run scorer for Australia now on 136 with 13 wickets. The best contributor, the best net contributor for Australia. And her partner, Ellen Ketherington. 68 runs, 4 wickets with a contribution of 13.
Elizabeth Hall. Now coming back to that dismissals chat, Viren. She has been dismissed 5 times.
Which goes to show she might be more of an aggressive batter, compensating for the minus 35. Sorry, you said 5 times, right?
5, yeah, minus 25.
Minus 25. Ellen Hetherington get her innings up and running here.
Michelle tries to play the down and up, but gets a bottom edge, goes behind the stumps, decides against the run. So 5 runs off this first over of the second skin so far. Tight bowling. Michelle Mackay. Oh, this will be the first dismissal. We talked about this earlier as well, Viren, how the New Zealand and the Australian keepers, rather than focusing on getting the stumping, they focus on the non-strikers and they straight away throw to the non-strikers in, and that's how they got the wicket.
And Paul, who was on comms with me yesterday, stated that has been a new trend now in Australia, New Zealand, and even in England, where part of wicket-keeper training is your ability to throw at the other end straight away. At the end of the first over of the second skin, this pair on parity, 39 on the board. Jess Ramage, the new bowler for New Zealand. Flighted, but easily dealt with
Just
by
Ramage.
Ellen Hetherington.
Just Ramage, 14 dismissals in the tournament. One of their best bowlers behind skipper Ross McNeil. Gives the ball some and it actually turns away from the right-handed batter. It was pitched on her leg stump and it goes further away down the leg side. 2 extra runs are added. Oh, once again gives the ball a lot of air, and she manages to find some good bounce as well along with the flight that she got.
It can be quite deceptive because you can come down the track and easily misread the flight, and that's when a stumping opportunity is presented. Very well played. Smart batting by Ellen Hetherington as she gets to parity after that wicket.
Yeah, a tricky customer to handle, Just Ramage. She gives the ball a lot of loop. It just dips on you and then it just bounces a lot. Yeah, look at that.
You go, Laxisi.
So this is why it's so hard to manage Jess Ramage when she's bowling. And that's why she has taken 14 wickets in this tournament. This time uses her feet and gets to the pitch of the ball. 3 runs added. Skipper Elizabeth Hall adding to that tally of 136 runs. And to bowl the third over of the second skin, it's going to be Claire Mains. Oh, that's bowled him! Classic left arm pacers delivery to the right-handed batter. Just went right in between her bat and her leg.
Claire Mains, crucial breakthrough, the second one of the innings. And that's down the leg side. Signal by the umpire Rob Paulson.
Yeah, that was Clemens' 14th dismissal of this tournament.
Down leg side again, wavered.
I need to make sure that you follow up the dismissal with some good deliveries, which has failed to do that.
4 out of the 5 runs compensated for already with 2 freebies. Well bowled. More of the same needed.
Yeah, that just dipped on Elizabeth Hall. So good delivery after 2 wavered ones after taking the wicket early. 2 deliveries to go. Yes, good delivery again. Fielded by the back stumper. 1 run added.
Saved for the crucial intervention by Burberry.
Oh, that's good. That's another Claire miss. So except for those 2 waiver deliveries, it was a very good over from Claire Mains. 1 for none in that first over of hers. Last over coming up in this second skin. New Zealand trying to make a comeback. 50 runs on the board for Australia. 39 in that first skin. 11 here in this second one.
Tory Burberry into the attack for New Zealand to bowl the final over of the second skin. This has been a decent comeback by New Zealand after an unblemished first skin for Australia, posting 39. New Zealand needed to fight back here, and they've done that with 2 wickets. And that's the third one. That's the third one. Tory Burberry striking off her third delivery. And 3 setbacks for Australia in this skin. New Zealand coming right back into contention here. 46 on the board with 4 deliveries left in this second skin. Very close call. There was hesitation out there. Missed opportunity for New Zealand to get the 4th wicket of the skin.
After that brilliant first skin for Australia, almost another one.
And a 3rd ball scenario now.
So after brilliant first skin, Viren, New Zealand will be really happy about this if they can get another one here. New Zealand, they are back in this game big time. 3rd ball coming up.
Unfortunately, McKay anticipated an opportunity to catch it, moved forward. Had she stayed back and anticipated the rebound, there was a run-out opportunity in the offering. Final delivery. Skipper Elizabeth Hall on strike. And that's 3 runs added to a total, taking the skins total to double digits. And Australia are on 50 after the first 2 skins. New Zealand will feel they're right back in this game.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල.
ලෝකේ දියුණු නගරයක් කරන්න. Like Paris, New York.
එතකොට නෝන අපේ වාලෙට ටකරන් ෂීට් කෑලි 3-4ක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් වෙයිද?
මොකද දැන් මේ දෙවුලන්නේ තාඩියක් දාලා මගේ කොල්ලට.
අම්මේ මට රැට කැම තියන්න.
රැට කෑමක් මගෝඩිසාගේ ගෙදරින්ම කාලා වරෙන්. උඹ ඔකගේ පස්සෙන් ගියාට උඹට හම්බෙන්නේ තන්තිපට සිකියුරිටි හරි කම්කරු හරි තමයි.
ඇයි ඒ කෑගන්නේ? මීට කලින් මාව දැකලා නැද්ද?
Third skin about to commence. The new batters for Australia are Jess Saras and Melissa Porter. Rose McNeil into her second over. Consider 9 runs in her opening over to the skipper.
A good start this time. Her previous over was not that good. She would have expected a lot more from herself. Melissa Porter and Jess Raz. Now, Melissa Porter, she has scored 84 runs in this tournament. Jess Raz, 67 runs.
Been a steady pair for Australia, Jess Saras and Melissa Porter. Caught and bowled over to a tough one for McNeil, but she lets that slide, and that's 5 runs added to the total. Rose McNeil's been a tad expensive. Will feel like she wants a dismissal to regain some control over proceedings. Very well bowled by skipper McNeil. The final delivery of her spell coming up. A new opportunity there, had that been a direct hit. So another expensive over for Rose McNeil, a good one for Australia. 11 off it. Australia on 61 with 7 overs to go.
And on for 20. The New Zealand skipper, she'll be really disappointed, Viren, about that effort. She was unable to add anything to that tally of 15 wickets coming into this final. We saw a similar thing happening to Craig Foster in that previous final. Was the highest run scorer, but was unable to score a single run. I mean, at the end of the day, he was on 0 when the skin ended.
Just Ramage back into the attack for New Zealand. Figures of none for 11 in her opening over. And we now have a third ball scenario. The first of this third skin. It'll be interesting to see how Melissa Porter handles it. Nearly cut in half there with that flight, but safely negotiated by Melissa Porter. 12 on the board in this skin for Australia.
Oh, almost.
That would have been an amazing grab. Had McKay gotten to it.
Yeah, Ramesh once again, that bloop, that dip and that extra bounce.
Apologies, it was not McKay, it was Tony Burberry, the close-in fielder there for the Kiwis.
Now these two slowly coming into their own. Viren scoring some good runs, adding the twos comfortably. And some lucky escapes there as well. 2 chances now in the 2 overs.
Australia will be eyeing triple figures now, Laxisi, with this start. With 37 deliveries left. It's just to run a ball that's needed. Brilliant batting by Melissa Porter.
When you get such a big skin like 39 at the start of the innings, Viren, That's what it can do to the team. I mean, even if you have a very silent skin, you still have the runs. You still have 50 runs after 2 skins because they got 39 in that first one.
New Zealand need to be very careful with their line and length. So far they have conceded 16 extras. So they'll have to be only, I think only one over, one extra ball went as a re-ball. But they need to be careful with this. And Pam Yates usually is a very tight line and length bowler.
Brilliant scoop there from Haritha.
As Haritha mentioned, Pam Yates, 10 dismissals. A very consistent bowler.
(18 of 13 for this skin. Both batters on 9 apiece. Well ball. She was through the stroke early and that has rattled her. Jess Saras. She's slightly winded by that blow. She should be fine. Acknowledging that she's alright. Just a tad winded. That was well bowled by Pam Yates.
Oh, that's hit well, but that has been taken. Brilliant work by the back stumper. New Zealand, they celebrate that story, Burberry. Here's the replay.
She's been brilliant on the court, Tony Burberry. Nearly got a tough chance in the ring. And Pam Yates strikes again. And Australia picked back slightly.
That's such an important take, Viren, that one from Burberry. 13 runs now. Last 2 deliveries of the penultimate over coming up. I think that's a no ball.
Indeed. And a delivery to go.
3 runs given away. 1 for naught. Well played there by Jasuras. $18 runs on the board going into the last 2 of the third skin. 68 is the total for Australia ladies.
As I said, Laxi, triple figure seems to be on the cards for Australia. They can have a good final over in this third skin here and get to around 75, 76 by the end of this over. They'll be very well placed going ahead that final skin. And Just Little comes into the attack. A very expensive first over, going for 14. She bowled the 4th over, if I'm not mistaken. That's a freebie. That takes the extras tie to 18 for the innings. And the second re-bowl. 20 and the second re-bowl. That's a close call. Will that be reviewed? She seemed to be safe. New Zealand opting against taking the review. There are 2 unsuccessful reviews that each team has. New Zealand will need another wicket. Australia well on course here. And they'll have a third ball scenario now to try to capitalize. Huge delivery in the context of this innings. Needed a direct hit. She had all three stumps to aim at. Did Meredith Drisha. She had all three stumps to aim at that. An opportunity goes a begging for the Kiwis. Down the leg side again. The second re-bowl of this over. Takes the tally of extras to 22. That's nearly a respectable skins total worth of extras. Well, boy, a lot better there by just a little. Yeah, so the third skin draws to a close. Australia well poised on 74 with the skin to go. They have their eyes on that triple figure mark. Just 26 needed of the final skin to get there. 4 overs left.
Discipline key as well for the Wallabies. Tipped over the top. The Will Jordan. Cooper points it long and right. Karevi inside for Lennocky Town. It's the Nation from Becky Morrison. We will stroll in.
Ready? Landing clear.
Start of the final skin. The new batters for Australia are Nisha Iles and Danny Montague. Nisha Iles, Laxasi, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't been dismissed at all in this tournament.
Great tournament for her. It has been absolutely amazing throughout this tournament.
Nisha's number 25. She'd want to continue with that unblemished record. That's something to be proud of. Not being dismissed in an indoor cricket Masters World Series. And she doesn't have to do anything rash here. Just sensible batting will get Australia to a mammoth total. Last delivery of Claire Minespell. She's been very good. 1 for 6. Off for 11 deliveries. At the end of the 13th over, Australia are on 82.
(82-18) runs. That has to be the first target for Australia in this over 30s women's final.
Outside.
Melanie, none for 11 in this game so far. This is good. Brilliant batting. These two just doing it quite easily at the moment, Viren.
Fantastic batting by Nishiles. Melanie Drisha. Going to Danny Montague. Very well bowled, just narrowly missing the off stump. New Zealand haven't done this consistently, Laxasi. They've had brilliant deliveries, but that's also been accompanied by wayward ones. That's what has cost them gravely in this innings. Sensible batting by Danny Montague.
1 run added, 87 on the board. 14 deliveries to go. Dismissals. Lots of dismissals. That's what New Zealand needs at the moment. At least a couple of them. And that's the first time Isles finally gets dismissed in the final. Her first dismissal in the whole tournament. Melanie Drisha. Great delivery. You need something special like that to dismiss someone who has not been dismissed throughout the tournament.
A wry smile by Nishiles. I mean, she can't have it her way. She wanted to be a Masters World Champion and have an unblemished record. But she'd more than gladly sacrifice this for the Masters title. Sloppy fielding there on the part of the Kiwis. 4 runs added to the total. And Melanie finishes off with figures of 1 for 13. With 2 overs to go.
86 runs. 14 to get to 100. Players down and up. Adding more runs here. 87 the total now. Pam Yates managed to take a wicket in that previous over down the leg side. That delivery.
And that's the effectiveness of that down and up on the leg. So when you play it with conviction, you don't allow the fielder to close in on it quickly. It takes a while to rebound off the net, and that allows your partner to get to the danger end with ease. Very well bowled by Pam Yates. The pick of the bowlers in my books. Brilliant figures thus far with 3 deliveries left. A missed stumping opportunity there. Behind the stumps by Ramage. Pam Yates has been exceptional. Another third ball scenario. She deserves a second wicket. The pick of the bowlers for the Kiwis. Oh, that was so wayward. She could ill afford that in a third ball scenario.
We talked a lot about her consistency, Pam Yates, but that third ball situation, she created it and she was unable to make use of that. Oh, gets
very
a
well ball.
leash.
And a clean pick up and gather there may have resulted in a run out opportunity. We come to the final over of this innings. Australia on 93, 7 shy of the triple figure mark.
Last over, important last over. If Australia can get to that 100, it will give them that psychological advantage For New Zealand, it's about trying to minimize that final total of Australia as much as possible. Maybe try to prevent them from getting to that 100-run mark. Maybe a dismissal or a 2 in this over. That's what they'll be looking for. Tory Burberry 1-0 in that first over. Loose start. Needed a better start to this final over. And you'll have to re-bowl that last over. They're trying to prevent Australia from scoring that 100. Okay, that's a rod delivery.
Sensible batting by this pair. They realize they don't have to do anything rash. The stage has been set for them. Brilliant stroke play by Nishaz. 4 runs added, 1 shy of the triple figure mark now with 4 deliveries to go.
That's a great stroke. Low full toss. And found the back net after hitting the side net. And that will be the 100 up for Australia with 3 deliveries to go.
Danny Montague supporting Nishaz very well. 3 deliveries to go. Can Australia push on? Sensible. They've gotten to that 3-figure mark. They don't want to lose a wicket, to have it pegged back to 96. Another play and a miss. A 3rd ball scenario now to end the innings. New Zealand, for the psychological edge, would want to get a wicket right now. Bring it down to 96. A sub 3-figure mark score. But Nishaz negotiates it very well. 2 runs added to the total. And Australia finish on 103. And Tory Burberry finishes off with 1 for 10. Over 2 overs. Australia will feel they have the edge here.
So it has been a great story. 2 of the first 4 bowlers for New Zealand picked up a wicket each. 3 of the last 4 bowlers picked up 1 each, so 5 dismissals. But I'll tell you, 28 extras with 4 rebowls has been a great disappointment. 39 in the first skin. Truffle 20 and O'Reilly 19 did extremely well. They struggled a little bit, despite the fact that skipper Hall made 15 in that second skin of 11. Then both got into double figures. Suras and Pater 11 and 13 apiece in the third skin to get 24 and 29 with Danny Montague 20 giving Australia a score of over 100. So that has been a good comeback story for the favourites Australia, and New Zealand will have to play very well right through to overhaul this total.
Very well said, Harita. We'll be back with New Zealand's reply shortly.
හදිසියෙන් මේ දොර අරගෙන මේකට අතුල් වෙන මං වගේ ගෑනුන්ට ඔය හදනවා කියන සමාජයේ ඉඩක් නැද්ද? මොනවාකටද කට්ටියක් මගේ ගෙදරට ආවා.
මට ඉලක්කය අල්ල නොදෙක්කා.
මගේ තාත්තට වෙඩි දීපා. ඇයි දන්නේ සල දොරට ගිහින්.
කවුද ගෙදරින්?
එතන දැනෙන මූවීස් ඕන තරම්.
පිටියෙන් ඉවතර එල්ල කරන පහරක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න HD channel රසක්.
ස්මාර්ට් විදිහට TV බලන්නත් ඕන දෙයක් මග හැරුණත් ආයි බලා ගන්න. රිවයින්ඩ් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින්
SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on-demand entertainment. Data, talk, text, and get super fast with Anytime Combo. Reload 555 or use the Self-Care app to activate today. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Before we commence this innings, a word on the UAE. What a fantastic achievement to be Masters World Series champions in the division in the men's 45s category, beating South Africa in the final. Fantastic effort.
See, the skipper Tarindu Mendis 20 years ago played for Sri Lanka as a very young team member against Australia at this venue in Open Men's Final. To come back in a Masters game, captain the side and win it for UAE, that's great cricket.
And that was a final that Sri Lanka should have won going into that final skin. So to come back and do it again, some cyclical structure to that story for Tarindu Mendis. Nishal's opening the bowling for Australia. Jess Little and Ross McNeil, the two batters. Very well played by Jess Little to get her innings up and running. Rose McNeil had figures of none for 20 or for 2 overs, so she'd feel she needs to compensate for that with the bat.
Where McNeil has scored over 100 runs this tournament. So a special effort here now. They need to score at an average of around 26 to get the job done in this final. Won't be easy. That's more than run a ball.
And I feel they need at least a couple of skins in the 30s to reduce that pressure of the rest of the batting lineup. And there is a third ball scenario, so not the ideal start for New Zealand. Nishals has been brilliant in this opening over. They can't afford to go into the red zone too early.
Oh, plays away the down and up skipper McNeil. So 4 runs is it in that first over?
Just one run.
So 3 runs. 3 runs from that first over.
A 101 needed for New Zealand of 90 deliveries. They can't afford too many wickets and they can't afford to be pegged back significantly. Good batting by skipper McNeil. That's all that's needed now. They just need to keep that going. Find those twos with ease and build a solid foundation for the rest of their batting lineup. Ellen Hetherington in operation for Australia.
As you mentioned earlier, we were in Sri Lanka taking on Australia in that second Women's World Cup clash and not in a good position. 25 for 3 after 6.4 overs. Skipper Chamari Atapattu back in the pavilion early in the game once again.
That's a poor skin and a half for Sri Lanka. 3 dismissals. But unlike in indoor cricket, there's no way for Chamari to compensate with the bat. She'll have to do it with the ball. Fantastic batting by Ross McNeil.
8 runs now. 2 deliveries to go in the second over. It's a full toss and very well fielded in the front court.
It was skipper.
Skipper, yeah.
Elizabeth Hall. Great batting by Just Little. 3 runs added to a total. 11 on the board for the Kiwis. A decent start, Laksasi.
Good start from Ross McNeil and Just Little. Just Little 67 runs in this tournament. And Jess Shiraz 9 wickets in the tournament so far, trying to add more to that tally in this all important final. Little and McNeil, they'll want to get something over 20, maybe 25, or try to get to that average mark of 26, which is needed from this first skin.
11 deliveries left. Just Saras in operation. A very tidy bowler. Laksasi doesn't give you much in terms of width. Keeps it around the middle and leg stump. And it's that leg stump line that makes it very difficult for you to find those down and ups. She's had a very good campaign. Has Just Saras both with bat and ball. And also has contributed immensely with her fielding.
Oh, almost an opportunity. Found the outside edge. Plays it away on the leg side and would have been close if it was a direct hit.
And actually, this is what's strange about a total. This is what's difficult about chasing down a total in excess of 100. You can have an unblemished skin like you have now, but you also have the required run rate pressure at stake. So you just can't afford to keep going and run a ball, even though it's a stable enough foundation, because you have one of your main batters at the crease in Ross McNeil. She'd like to get to the high 20s by the end of this skin.
Exactly, 7 deliveries to go within. I think 30 really would have been the target for them in this first skin. But at the moment, the way Australians are bowling, 30 looks a bit far off. I think they wouldn't want to take risks and just to give away a dismissal. So a good end to that over. 6 runs off it. Third ball created by Suras. 17 runs on the board.
It was a brilliant york by Saras. There was movement away from the batter, late movement away from McNeil. McNeil, the leading run scorer for New Zealand, leading from the front. Over 100 runs in this campaign thus far. Shelley Threlfall coming into the attack for Australia. Opened the batting and was instrumental in setting up a brilliant foundation amongst Australia's leading contributors. The leading run scorer manages to get there at the end. No. It was brilliant running and brilliant creasing as well. Brilliant creasing as well. Both sides have perfected the basics. And this is what differentiates two final teams and the rest of the teams in the competition, when you can control the controllables.
These two teams, they have been a class above the rest of the teams in this category we're in. That's why they are here in this final. That's why these two teams are the only two teams to beat each other. Oh, that's a good stroke from the New Zealand skipper. 20 on the board. 3 deliveries to go in this first skin. They'll be looking at 6 more runs, maybe an extra delivery or so. Oh, once again, good. This is good from Just Little. So 22, 2 deliveries to go. They're getting close to that average run mark in the skin.
Just Little's had a very productive skin, contributing 13, and skipper Ross McNeil on 9. An unblemished skin thus far for the Kiwis. Very well bowled by Trelfall.
Trelfall, 12 wickets for her in this tournament. And Viren, usually when there are no dismissals in a skin, we see the batting team most of the time scoring 30, 35, 40 and 40 plus. But here, because Australians have bowled so well, it's just 24 they have to show at the end of the skin. So no dismissals, but 24 runs, that's 2 runs behind the average as well, even though there were no dismissals.
So 80 to get of the remaining 3 skins. That's roughly 27 runs per skin.
පිරිසුරු පසු කරමින් එවන පන්දුවකට වැරෙන් එල්ල කරන පහලක් පැහැදිලිව බලා ගන්න ලංකාවේ විශාලතම HD channel එකතු සමගින්
එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
We're back live at UPro Colombo for the start of the second skid. Now, final game of the Masters World Series 2024. The new batters for New Zealand are Michelle McKay and Claire Mains, and the new bowler for Australia, Danny Montague. Narrowly missing the leg stump there. Down the leg side. Didn't get away with it this time, did Danny Montague.
Michelle and Claire. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's a good start. A tight start. Because there are no dismissals, New Zealand, they are just hanging on to this game, Viren. But because they don't have enough runs on the board, they have not scored much runs, although there are no dismissals. If in any of the remaining skins they lose like 2 or 3 dismissals, they will just completely be the momentum will completely be dented. So that's why you need some runs, extra runs in one of these skins.
And there have been quite a few third ball scenarios already, including this. A shy at the stumps, but to no avail. And at the end of the 5th over, New Zealand find themselves on 29.
And they're living dangerously, New Zealand. So many close opportunities. Australia, no, they'll be disappointed that they have not been able to convert some of those chances, at least 2 of them. But as I mentioned, they need runs, New Zealand, because there's a high probability that at least a couple of dismissals may happen in at least in the last 2 skins. For that, they need to have runs to play with.
They need to have a buffer here, New Zealand. They don't need to play rash strokes. Try and get the doubles off the side nets, but just keep that scorecard ticking.
Just too many dot balls at the moment. That's the issue for New Zealand, and almost shatters the off stump.
How did that miss the stumps, Laxi? That was a brilliant delivery by skipper Elizabeth Hall.
Elizabeth Hall, 13 wickets in this tournament so far. Contribution of 118. Oh, direct hit would have been the first dismissal. Nine runs on the board, 4 runs off this over. 3 deliveries to go in the second over of this second skin. It'll only be a single.
But credit to the New Zealand batters, they're playing good indoor cricketing strokes. They're building a solid foundation. 70 needed. 70 needed of 62 deliveries. Brilliant fielding by Saras to prevent that from touching the side net. So saving one there for the team.
Last delivery of the 6th over coming up. Oh, once again the close in field preventing it from hitting the side net. Timed her jump to perfection there. So the last 3 deliveries we're in, they have stopped 3 runs. All those 3 strokes had 2 runs in it, but the close in fielders or the fielders who are close to the net, they managed to make sure that it didn't hit the net.
68 needed now for New Zealand of 10 overs. They need to go. They like to have 7s at least as a minimum from now on, especially in these final 2 overs. Now but that both batters are set, they'll want to get 14 or 16 in that region over the next 2 overs. Still gettable, still doable.
But as I mentioned earlier, whenever a dismissal or 2 happens, they'll just completely fall back in this encounter. That's why they need that buffer, as you mentioned earlier. But where will that buffer arrive for them? That's the big question. That's down the leg side. Extra runs given away.
Parter into the attack.
And again,
threw down the leg side. So 4 runs, 4 free runs for New Zealand.
Lisa Parter. She has taken 9 wickets in this tournament. Looking for a 10th here. 5 runs off the first 3 deliveries.
A good start for New Zealand. I said they need to target a minimum of 7 per over. 5 off 3 is a good start. 63 needed now of 51 deliveries.
And that looked close, but that's not out.
I beg your pardon, 56 deliveries left. 62 needed. Doable. 6 off this over, off the first 4 deliveries. They'll want to capitalize now. That helps. So 3 deliveries down the leg side in this over. 6 free runs given. 8 off 5 in this particular over. That's the end of the 7th over. And with 9 overs to go, 54 legitimate deliveries. New Zealand needs 60.
8 runs off that third over. Now it's about how much they can get in this final one, Viren, without giving away missile. That, of course, maybe 30, 28-30. That should be the target. If they get to that 52 mark, that means they have made sure that they got to the halfway mark of the chase.
And that would also mean that they've bettered Australia in the first 2 skins.
Australia 50 in the first skin, 50 in the first 2 skins, and 53 in the last 2 skins. A good start to the last over.
It was a huge appeal. I wonder whether the players know that they have 2 reviews up their sleeves. A third ball scenario coming up. There was hesitation on the part of the non-striker, and that's what has cost the wicket. You can't hesitate as a non-striker for a third ball scenario, and that's why the wicket has been called. It was a third ball scenario. There was early hesitation by the non-striker. There you go. There you see the hesitation. So even if the batsman made their crease, the early hesitation cost New Zealand. And that's the first dismissal of the innings.
You have to continue running. You can't fall back. You can hesitate.
You can't hold that. And now that makes life a tad more difficult for New Zealand. 65 needed, or 51 deliveries.
Because they're just scoring runs very close to that required rate. That's why I mentioned, Viren, that one dismissal can push them back quite a lot in this chase, and that's exactly what happened. And that's another one. 1 brings 2.
And a 2-wicket over when you're chasing 100 could be curtains. A brilliant comeback over by Jess O'Reilly. 2 for -8. And now New Zealand, it becomes even tougher for them. They need 68. Of the next 49 deliveries. And they now need to go at over 8 runs per over. And that's a tough ask for a new pair coming in. Very well bowled by Jess O'Reilly. Ends up with figures of 2 for -7.
That's a great final over of the skin. 37 runs on the board for New Zealand. They need 67 more runs. That's a 33.5, the required rate now from 1 skin.
India is set to become the next powerhouse of sports.
The final 2 skins here on Court 4 of the Masters World Series. Nesha Isles to continue. Going to Jess Ramesh and Tori Burberry. New Zealand needs 65 of 47 deliveries. Very well bowled by Nish Isles.
Oh, needed a better throw. Needed a direct hit.
They need to target it going at 9 per over. Luck to see. There's a lot of pressure on this new pair. By the end of this skin, New Zealand should target a minimum of 65 to give them any chance of winning the game. So a minimum of another 24 runs needed.
And the update from Court 1 in the over 35s final. New Zealand making 88 and Australia 43, still in the second skin. So in for another close game there in Court 1.
Australia looking for redemption. 2 victories here to cap off their Masters World Series.
They're trying to make it 3 titles in this tournament.
But knowing how ruthless Australia are, they won't be looking at that as 3 titles, but 4 missed opportunities of going away with a clean sweep.
So 7 runs off the first over of this skin.
7 overs left, exactly 60 to get. They need to go at nearly 9 per over now.
I'm actually seeing a pattern very similar to that qualifier between the two teams. A similar sort of target and a similar sort of batting effort by New Zealand, where they just tried to score that needed average run mark for skin, and then in that last skin they just lost a couple of wickets and they were completely out of the game.
I think they can get them back here is if Australia continue to bowl. Few too many extras. A good comeback delivery there by Jess Saras. I told you she attacks that leg stump line. Even though there was one down the leg side, she continued to stick with her plan.
Now 16 deliveries to go in this skin. These two, they'll want to add at least 22 runs here, 20 to 22 runs. We try to get to 65-70. But for that to happen, they'll need to be a lot more consistent and a lot more convincing in this batting effort, because so far Australia, they are calling the shots here, and New Zealand, they are under a huge amount of pressure.
They've only been looked to score on the front court. I wonder when there'll be a change of strategy to look for those 5s and 7s. They'll need a couple to get their innings up and running.
And because anyway, and if they need somewhere around 35 to 40 in that last skin, they'll have to do that. They'll have to do that for sure. Oh, goes for the big stroke. Lucky escape there.
And if you're looking for the big stroke, you've got to play it down track. Can't afford to have it uppish, especially on the offside where there are 3 fielders closing in.
Oh, that was a missed opportunity to get 2 runs.
She was way too early on that. And with 6 overs to go, 53 needed for New Zealand. Nearly 9 and over. It's getting stiffer by the over. Ellen Hetherington to wrap up her spell. Figures of none for 8 off her first over. And if I'm not mistaken, ball hit the second over of the innings. Leg side. Freebies for New Zealand. They'll take that. 51 to win now. Just Ramage seeming to suggest, why don't you go for the back court now?
That's
what happens when you're too conservative. And that setback could be very, very significant for New Zealand. Great fielding by Elizabeth Hall, the skipper. And cleaned up by Parter behind the stumps. 56 now needed for New Zealand.
Australia getting closer and closer to their second title of this Masters World Series. Oh, that's a wide ball.
Yeah, that's a leg side. A no ball. You'd feel they need a 7 here to kickstart their innings again, New Zealand. Clip the boot of Jess Ramage. Last ball of Ellen Hetherington's spell. Figures of 1 for 7. It's now or never for New Zealand in terms of trying to find that backcourt. Trying to find those 7s and 5s. They need 54 with 5 overs left. They need to go at 10.8 runs per over. They've got to go for it. There's nothing to lose here, Laxisi. They've got to go for it. And Shelley Threlfall comes in to bowl her final over. She bowled the final over of the first skin, so she seems like a specialist in terms of bowling final overs.
And that's a
And that's another one. If you're playing it that hard with hard hands, why don't you go down the track? That's another breakthrough, and that could be the most significant yet, because now the required run rate goes above 12, and that should be the game in the bag for Australia. 58 needed of 29 deliveries.
New Zealand, they just have only themselves to blame here, Viren. Just trying to be a bit too careful in their batting effort. It would have been another dismissal if it was a different.
The execution of their stroke play has been fine. It's the intent that's been lacking.
And that's another one.
Once again, you're playing across the line to a straight one. And as we say in Indo cricket, 1 brings 2. And Sherry Threlfall with figures of 2 for -2 may have just wrapped this game up for Australia. 64 needed now for New Zealand. It's reaching an unprecedented, impossible territory.
In court number 1, the same 2 teams are playing in the over 35s final. Australia, they need 40 more runs to get from 7 overs.
Going to be a bit of a nail biter there on court 1.
So Australia, looks like they have already won that second title with this skin. But will they win a third one? That's the big question coming out of that over 35s encounter. Shelly Thrillfall. Another one now.
A forward defense to wrap up. A skin that went slightly pear-shaped for New Zealand. And with just as a delivery left, you'd want her to go for it now. Try and get a 7. Try to give that final pair something to work with. Because the target in excess of 60 is not doing them any favors. And you make it 65 just to make matters worse. Australia with this third skin have well and truly cemented their place as champions in my books. Brilliant fielding. And yes, going into the final skid, New Zealand needs 66.
ඕන දෙයක් මගේ හැරුණත් ආයේ බලාගන්න රිවයින් කරන ඔප්ෂන් එක සමගින් එකී මෙකී හැමදේම සමග SLT Mobitel Pure TV, the best on demand entertainment.
බලන්නකො මේ ගෙදරය ස්ලෝ වෙලා ස්ටක් වෙලා සල්ලි වෙලාවයි නාස්ති කරන ඉන්ටර්නෙට් කනෙක්ෂන් එකක හිර වෙලා. Welcome SLT Mobitel Fiber. මුළු පවුලටම හරියන්න දැන් more speed more data වගේම free midnight internet. සතිපතා data බන් ලැතුළු fiber elite rewards දිනා ගන්න. ඔබත් අදම SLT Mobitel Fiber connection එකට apply කරන්න.
The last skin for New Zealand in this ladies over 30s final. Elizabeth Hall, the skipper for Australia, starting things off. This Hall to Melanie. Not signaled as a wide.
Lux, as we begin the final segment of this Masters World Series, it's been an absolute honour being in the com-box over the last 9 days. We've seen some brilliant cricket. Kudos to the organisers, UPro, the Ceylon Indoor Cricket Association, Hiran Dimel and his team have been absolutely brilliant with organising everything. And David Shipley, the tournament director, for making sure everything runs smoothly. We've had the introduction of the DRS for the finals. It's been quality stuff here at UPro Colombo. And an honorary mention to Priyanta Asela Patirana, go for making it. Priyanta Vikramanayake and Asela Patirana and the rest of the team, the rest of Hiran's team, for making this a memorable tournament for everyone. As I said, over 40 teams here and a true advert for Indo cricket in Sri Lanka.
And also Viren, a lot of credit goes out to Mr. Manish Kishore for making all of this possible. It's because of his involvement that all of this came into fruition this year. So many tournaments here in Sri Lanka. I mean, I talked a lot about this, but because we have seen so many indoor tournaments, high-class tournaments here in Sri Lanka after a very, very long time. The England Asia Cup, the Club World Series, the Masters World Series now.
A breakthrough year for Indo cricket in Sri Lanka. It would have been lovely to see a Sri Lankan team in the grand final today. But 2 plate victories for the ladies and for one of the men's sides makes it a memorable tournament. And it's onwards and upwards from here for Sri Lanka cricket. And we hope to have many more world events down here at UPro Colombo.
And Viren, I think the two of us should thank Mr. Haritha Pereira for introducing us to the Indo cricket scene.
It's been an absolute honor sharing the comm box with this stalwart. You and I have learned a lot from him under his guidance.
So 17 deliveries to go in this final.
And just a note, I remember it was one of the Tier A or Tier B finals when I walked in the morning and Haritha here was like, Viren, are you free for Indo cricket? Quickly called Hiran. And overnight the decision was made to rope us in for the England Asia Cup, which was our introduction to this format in terms of commentating. It's been an absolute honor. And you'll see a lot more of the three of us in a comm box together. But it's nice to see the New Zealanders giving this a crack. They could have easily decided that they were going to succumb to their fate. But they're still giving it a good go. This was the intent we needed to see earlier from the earlier pair as well. It's all about the intent here in Indo cricket. 49 needed of 14 deliveries. The result is a foregone conclusion now, but it's great to see the spirited effort by this Kiwi final pair of Pam Yates and Melanie. An honorary mention to the lead commentators in Court 1 as well, to Michael, who led the team of commentators in the tournament, Michael Adams, Ricky Sims and Paulinus. Paulinus DS Vijay Ratna. And our honorary commentator, Paul from the New Zealand contingent, Paul Pottrell, for joining us throughout to give us an international insight. And he said it was his first time down to Sri Lanka. We hope he's had a memorable stay. And I know there'll be a few celebrations tonight in the New Zealand contingent.
You know what I missed? I missed Sri Lanka Indo cricketers, past and present, coming and sitting with us and talking about the promotion of the sport. Really.
Well said, Haritha.
So hopefully next time. So that's the end of another over. 2 overs to go. Well, we're just 2 overs away from the inevitable, we can say, Australia lifting that second title of theirs. We'll have to see what the update is from the other court into court number 1.
And whilst you get that, Laxisi, a big thank you to all our fans tuning in from around the world, from different time zones. We've had South African fans tuning in from as early as 4 5 a.m. We've had US fans staying up all night to watch these games that started off at 9 a.m. Sri Lanka time. Thank you to everyone for tuning in, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage thus far. Laxisi, over to you.
And the update from court 1. So Australia, they were in a very good position at the start of this third skin, but at the end of the skin, they require 32 runs in the last skin. They have had a disappointing third skin, just 12 runs, just 12 in the second skin, 12 in the third skin, to follow up that 33 in the first skin. So a disappointing
and this
middle skins.
Australia 35 side is the only side to have lost 2 games coming into the final representing Australia. If they lose 3, that will be a bit of a disappointing campaign for them. They came in as firm favourites, did the Aussies. They lost to Sri Lanka, lost to New Zealand in the qualifier.
Sound the leg side. The intent these two have showed, that's what New Zealand missed, as Brian mentioned. Hit hard, but unfortunately finds the top net. The intent is to have shown the other batters that's what they really should have done from the word go, rather than just trying to focus on that 25 to 26, the average number to get in the skin.
Both sides will also have a close look at the number of extras they've conceded moving forward. They are two champion outfits. They set very high expectations in all three facets of the game.
Last delivery of the penultimate over coming up in this over 30s ladies category of the Indo Cricket Masters World Series 2024. So 39 to get nil, fall short by a big number from what it seems.
Jess O'Reilly in for her final over. New Zealand will want to end off playing for pride. They'll want to get to the mid-70s and reduce the deficit. Multiple fumbles there. Australia, who set themselves high standards, they may have started the celebrations a tad too early, but they'll be disappointed that they didn't convert. So many opportunities there. First for a catch off the rebound, and two for a missed run out opportunity. We have a third ball scenario here. Two deliveries left here in the Masters World Series for 2024. Australia convincing winners here in the Australia Ladies 30s category. It's been a good final, Laxasi. Both sides giving it their all, and that's all you could ask for. Here we have it, the final delivery of the tournament. Jess O'Reilly, Shumelani. If it's any consolation, New Zealand batted really well in the final skin. And that's it, Australia, deserving champions. Fantastic stuff. And they've enjoyed a memorable run here in Colombo. A spare of thought for the Kiwis. Gave Australia a real scare throughout the campaign. Beat the Australians on Tuesday evening here. But Australia came out with redemption on their minds and duly deliver.
Australia winning that second title of the tournament. Great performance by the ladies over 30s team.
Yeah, 31 runs off that last skin. That was the best. Pam Yates 14 and Melanie Dreischer 17. But beyond that, it was the first skin of 24 for Jess Little 13 and Roy McNeil 11 that made some runs. The other to get into double figures was in the second skin when Claire Mains made 11 out of a skin of 13. The third skin was just one run with Tori Burberry -7. The match actually was won by the two Aussies, Shelley Troffel 20 and Jess O'Reilly 19 in that first skin of 39, and they combined with the ball too. Troffel 3 for -5 and O'Reilly 2 for -3. The main wicket takers together with Ellen Hetherington 1 for 7. So a comprehensive victory. I think that match was won by Australia on their capitalizing on the extras considered by New Zealand and their mental approach. New Zealand lacked the guts to be adventurous in the first couple of overs, and they never came back when wickets were tumbling thereafter.
Very well said, Harita. There was a lack of intent there, and that's something they'll review when they go back to the drawing boards. To all our viewers who've tuned in from all over the world, from the US, from Singapore, from India, England, the UAE, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, we thank you immensely for being with us over the past 9 days. It's been an absolute honor bringing this coverage to you. From Harita Pereira, Laxisi De Silva and myself, Viren Beroge, thanks for tuning in, and we look forward to being back with you soon. Take care. Good morning, good afternoon and good evening from wherever you all are tuning in from. Take care. Cheers.